Morning to the people on YouTube and Zoom. We will be with you shortly. We're just going to invite the audience into the room, but it's just a sound check for you to make sure everything is working. So we'll be with you in a few seconds. Thank you. Right, guys, let's take up our seats. A lot of colleagues are still arriving, but we need to do the important housekeeping stuff. All right, let's start our session. Good morning to everybody. Welcome here. Great seeing all of you. I've been looking forward actually for some time to spend some time here with our Durban colleagues and being hosted today by Standard Bank and obviously the Transport Forum. And we're very blessed in having the city of eThekwini speaking to us, and obviously, you know, a lot of other learned presenters. So it's today, the 31st of August, 2023, and it's a smart city and mobility is the topic for the day. And as you might have noticed that all our events are complimentary, including the related content on the web. So somebody must pay for this, and we have valued sponsors and alliance partners and so on of the Transport Forum that's making this possible. So we would like to give recognition to them as well. But looking at our program quickly, in that is that you can see we're going to have Standard Bank doing the formal welcome just now. Then you'll see we have a comprehensive overview of mobility in the city of Durban. And then we'll have a journey, the Isuzu alternative propulsion story. We'll take a comfort break then. And then the second half is we look at the smart parking solutions, the electric vehicle journey, the implementation of safer stops, the smart trucking initiative, global standards and mobility, and the roundup by Kathy at the end. Kathy, thank you very much also for your support and helping us putting this together. We really appreciate this. Kathy's been supporting the Transport Forum for many years. And we've been running now for 16 years. For interesting sake, today is the 241st Transport Forum event. So that's quite a number. And yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for your support. But let's quickly have a look at our important alliances. So we're blessed in being aligned with industry bodies, and we're quickly going to have a look at these. And there are obviously many other associations in the industry involved as well, but these are in a formal agreement with the Transport Forum. So we've got SABOA, and SABOA is a South African Bus Operators Association. You can see they were formed in 1980 already, with only 5 leading bus companies at the time. Today, they represent about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. So thank you, SABOA. We've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and they've shared a video with us. Let's have a look at this.
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head-to-head with the best of the best? Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. It takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry. navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
Thank you, Saf. Right, we've got South African Express Parcel Association, representative body of the voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you very much, SAPA. And then without trucks, South Africa stops, the South African Road Freight Association, also in formal alliance with the Transport Forum. And then AREA, African Road Industry Association, doing lots of work in bringing private sector and public sector close to each other, getting our rail network in South Africa working again, third-party access, introduction, the competition into the system, which is a very healthy thing. So thank you, AREA, for your good work. We also have formal media alliances. Obviously, many media companies involved with the Transport, these again in formal alliance. So we're looking at Freight News, and you obviously need to subscribe to these magazines, guys. On our Transport's website, you'll get links to all these organizations. If you're not subscribed to these guys, you're missing out big time. All right, so Freight News, you can see the news and features for import and export decision makers. In other words, core here is logistics news, all right? We have Railways Africa magazine, all about the rail infrastructure of our country, Southern Africa, or Africa actually. So great work they are doing. We've got engineering news with Crema Media's engineering news. They've also given us a wrap up of last week's news highlights.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 18 August 2023. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly contributing editor online Tasneem Bulbulia unpacks South Africa's consideration of the design for a sustainable automotive industry. South Africa's automotive manufacturing sector is widely regarded as a success story. However, it must now bolster local demand and adapt its policies and initiatives amid a weak domestic growth outlook and the global, albeit uneven, shift towards new energy vehicles. The Engineering News features focus on the Southern African Institute of Steel Construction, where the local steel industry is in prime springboard position, and Materials Handling and Logistics, where an annual materials handling conference was well represented. The Mining Weekly features focus on Australian mining, where an explorer diversifies with a Guinea iron project. And New Mining Technologies, where automating mines improves safety. This week's business leader is William Jogan, the president of the South African Institute of Mining and Metallurgy and a partner at SRK Consulting. And as this week's cartoon shows, while some Eskom power stations are operating more stably and various private generation projects are offering some relief, load shedding continues to weigh down the real economy. We hope you enjoyed this week's edition of Crema Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Thank you, Engineering News. Our host today is Standard Bank. You can see they're more than 160 years of experience, very much involved through Cathay as well with the road transport management system. So they've been supporting us as gold sponsor also for many years. Thank you, Standard Bank, also for hosting us today. They will give you a formal welcome just now. Ctrack is a platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum. And you can see they're a leading global software as a service and a big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, and insurance telematics solutions. So if you're not covered by Ctrack, you're running a big risk for your business. So look at this great video.
changed in the 4 decades that we've been keeping vehicles and business equipment safe and always visible. And we've learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo, and
exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? For the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce wasted spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something as trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency or maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with a crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters to remain ahead for better control, better efficiencies, and better overall performance. It's the telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by Seatrack and experience the power to predict.
Thank you, Seatrack, for that great video and product. We've got Bidtair Cargo, also a gold sponsor, fulfills the needs of the express cargo industry for daytime and overnight cargo capacity across comprehensive Southern and East Africa footprint. Have a look at this one.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bidtair Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bidtair Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bidtair Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bidtair Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-oriented approach will make to your operation. Bidtair Cargo. Same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Thank you, Bidtair Cargo. We do trust you with our cargo. Right. Ladies and gents, University of Johannesburg, been part of the Transport Forum since inception. Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nadine Pizza, Prof. Rose Luke, all of them. Also a lot of mentoring to myself. They've got the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, also the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. And they've been Gold Sponsor since inception. So we really appreciate what this university is doing. Thank you very much for your support. We've got Global Trade Solution. They're focusing on consulting and strategy, software solutions, and specialized services. And you can see it's especially in transforming the supply chain, the global supply chain, and otherwise international business, imports and exports. So thank you very much, GTS, for your sponsorship. Pegasus Consulting Company of Note is a multidisciplinary strategic management consulting group. You can see they focus on cities, climate, energy, resilience, transport, waste, and water. So yeah, so setting the direction, they're making it happen and putting the future structures in place. Thank you very much, Pegasus. Unitron Supply Chain Solutions, innovation, expertise delivered. You can see they're a leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you, Unitrons. JC Auditors, going to present also later on today, and Oliver Naidu will tell you more about this company. You can see certifications, compliance, one solutions are important today to comply, and especially self-regulations are important. You can't self-regulate if you're not compliant to certain standards. So these are the guys that can really help you. Thank you, Oliver, for your gold sponsorship. So we've got professional risk management. Don't know if Katie or Gerard want to say something now, or they're presenting all later today as well, later on. Tell us more about the company. Thank you, Gerard. Quite a comprehensive offering. Jan, I hope the audio came through that side. I should have actually called you to the front, but I believe the microphones would have picked it up. Thank you, Gerard. Appreciate that. So thank you for your gold sponsorship. We really appreciate it. And looking forward to your presentation. We've got EasyClear, also a gold sponsor. Software solutions for custom clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you, EasyClear. Right, we've got Ticket Pro Travel. It's an online booking tool for your corporate travel booking needs. You can see they say no hidden contracts, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward, fair pricing. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Travel. And there's the website, ticketprotravel.co.za. Very convenient tool. From the same group, we've got Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Says it's a smart tab system that includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Zutari Consulting Engineering Group of Note. You can see impact engineered by these consultants. They previously been known by as Oricon. Also many years ago, sponsored the Transport Forum. Thank you, Zutari. Kuba also many years involved with the Transport Forum as gold sponsor. You can see they're part of the ICA Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. See, they do journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. So they say that ticketing solutions have been successfully implemented in over 100 cities and regions worldwide, dealing with millions of daily transactions. So thank you very much, Kuba. Where's the Cuba people? There they are. So you can talk to them during the breaks. You're most welcome. I just want to draw your attention to, this is a paid advert, to the Smarter Mobility Africa Summit, which is taking place the 1st to 3rd of October, Transport Month, at the Gallagher Estate in Johannesburg. So they say the inspiring transformation to integrated smarter mobility. And you will also see the Transport Forum. They were having us taking up a stand there at this exhibition. So yeah, take note and make your bookings. You obviously have the links on the Transport Forum's website. In the same fashion here with the Road to Freight SME Summit, running from 20th to 21st of October. And that is at the Maslow Hotel in Sandton. So please make your bookings, make sure you get in there. These are events definitely worth your while to attend. Right, so let's give a big hand to all our alliances and sponsors making this Transport Forum possible for more than 16 years. Ladies and gents, just drawing your attention to our business directory. It's a well-categorized business directory where you can get your company listed. We're getting very good feedback, and you can look on the website, actually see all the ESOs people are getting. And it costs you only 450 rands per year to be listed in this business directory. And we outsource this to Olga Mashilu, Boleng Bontle Consultant Company, as a BE initiative. There's a number. You all, after this event, will also receive an email requesting your feedback. And in that email, you'll also have a link to click should you want Olga to contact you. But take down a number there, and you can talk to her or email her, and she will, take it further. She even invoices you directly from her company, the 450 rands. But she will get you listed then on the Transport Forum's business directory. It's also great for SME companies, small companies who haven't got even a website. If they register here on the business directory, then they have their own little web page on the Transport Forum's platform where people can read more about their company and pick up all the contact details and so on. So that's a great initiative. Right, so the presentations here you see today will be available on that Transport Forum's website, transportseek.com. And as I always say, those presentations which are available are from, all of them, 900 more of them have been presented at this platform since 2007, March 2007, when we went live on this platform. So you can use this search engine on the Transport Forum website to download more than 900 presentations, and you can select what you want to download. And there's a simple procedure. You need to log in. That's the deal. So, so we get your emails, so I can send you emails weekly. I can spam you. Thank you for having me in your inbox. But in return, you can attend our events for free. You can download presentations for free. But I need your information to make it available to our sponsors. And you kindly allow them to contact you. I think it's worth your while and worth our while. So on the Transport Forum website, you will see to the left of the screen, you use a login, that you log in. If you haven't got the account yet, then you go there to sign up under the users menu. You sign up, you create your own username and password, and then you can log in. And once you've logged in, then you go to the Transport Forum's website, you go to events, you select downloads, all right? So once you've selected downloads, and this procedure you also see in the email we're going to send you afterwards. So once you've seen downloads, you get a simple little search engine. You can see there are two ways you can search for a presentation. The top field, found by title or description. So you type in there any topic, logistics or trucks, whatever topic you want, or a person's surname, for example, and you hit search. And the search through all those presentations, bring everything all up, related to obviously the key that you've typed in there. Or what you can do is you can go to category, and the category can select the day's date of that event you're looking for, and hit search, and it will bring up all the presentations of that day. All right, you guys welcome to go to this side of the room. All right, so that is as simple as that. That brings us back to our program for today. And now we're going to focus on business, and we spot on time, 9:30. So I would like to give opportunity to Standard Bank to do the formal welcome for us. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. And we've been looking forward, as I said, to be spending some time with you today. And if Standard Bank then can do the formal welcome for the session, we'll appreciate. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone, and thank you to Gerard. As part of his risk management business, he also mitigated by my risk by having a physical address this morning because our printers gave up. So we had a last-minute dash to try and get things printed out. Welcome to everyone attending, including those online, and for those that are present in the room, welcome to our Kingsmead officers. Before I progress, our condolences go out to the Suleiman family on the tragic passing away of Mr. Owais Suleiman, the MD of Whitford Group, who was involved in a car accident yesterday evening, if most of you do not know. Can I please ask that we observe a moment of silence? Thank you. It is a great honor to host yourselves and to engage around the transport and logistics sector. At Commercial Banking, and my name is Kuben Chetty, by the way, so I head up Commercial Banking. We bank the most interesting businesses and entrepreneurs in KZN. Naturally, just given where KZN is, we have a concentration of clients within the textile or manufacturing industry, the packaging industry, agriculture, wholesale fuels, and then naturally, transport and logistics and related industries. We see a close correlation or dependency in terms of the progress of the other sectors and the transport and logistics sector. It's a key enabler in terms of growth, in terms of the other sectors that we also support. Even beyond some of the sectors that I mentioned, we as Standard Bank, Commercial Banking KZN, we bank the two larger universities within the province. And like most universities across South Africa, you know, they definitely have challenges in terms of whether it's student debt, and some of the priorities from most of the universities is around student accommodation, and closely linked to that is also student transport, which some of you in the room and online also support into those priorities. A key role that we play as a bank is driving connectivity, and which is effectively a session like this. And these workshops and engagements allows us to bring our partners, clients, and our staff together to collaborate for the benefit of the businesses in these industries, as well as the sector overall. We have a good lineup today, and I see a strong focus around environmental, social, and corporate governance. And interestingly enough, last week, we were engaging with our alternative energy team. And they had mentioned that, you know, KZN definitely has a bit of catch up to do when it comes to ESG. A lot of our clients in the other parts of South Africa are really focusing around green initiatives. And what we pick up as a bank is that it's not, you know, necessarily done from a defensive strategy. So clearly, if there's off-takers into Europe, there's a big push for us as a country to support green initiatives. But what we've seen is clients are not doing this from a defensive perspective to protect what they actually have. They're actually seeing it as a competitive advantage. If they move first, they can actually capture a lot more market share in terms of ESG principles. So we see that as a key enabler for us as a bank as well, a big supporter of that as a bank as well. So it's good to see that on the agenda today. And I think just lastly, thanks for joining again, and please enjoy the rest of the morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you just stay here for a moment, please? And can I ask Kathy to come to the front, please? So I just want to say Standard Bank's been supporting the Transport Forum for many years. And Kathy has been a champion also very much in supporting us and also mentoring myself. Kathy, thank you very much for all the years. Really appreciate what you've been doing. So we would like to hand over for your office. There's a clock, Transport Forum branded clock for your office. And Kathy, Transport Forum branded clock for your office. So let's give our host a big hand. All right, ladies and gents, now we're getting to serious business here. And that is, we're going to have now the city of eThekwini going to talk to us, and they're going to give us a comprehensive overview of mobility in the city of Durban. And thank you, Michelle and Sinankosi, of working through the night and very nights in preparing this presentation. We really appreciate, this city has always been a big supporter of the Transport Forum. You guys are so open. When we talk to the city, they're always available to talk to us and engage with us and share what they are doing. And we really appreciate that. So thank you very much for all the support through the years. And we would now like to hand over to you guys and talk to us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sinankosi.
Good morning. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Thank you to the Transport Forum and all the sponsors. So I must just make a disclaimer that this is my first of these events. I'm actually a relative newbie even to the transport sector as a whole, so I do feel a little bit like a charlatan speaking to specialists in transportation about transportation. So we're going to speak to you about a comprehensive interview of mobility in the city. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Michelle Pieton, who is the project manager for intelligent transport systems and automated fare collection systems for public transport. So her and I work together running the program management office of the IPTN in Go Durban. I am Sinenkosi Dlamini, so I'm the program manager for the IPTN in Durban. Dan Harilal also has just joined us, a colleague from the office. I don't know if there's anybody else from ETA who is here. So I'm not doing this alone. So what we are going to present really is a vision of the cities of eThekwini's in terms of the goal that the city has, or the vision that the city has to be Africa's most caring and livable city by 2030. That journey does begin with a day in the life of a commuter in the city. And all of us commute in some ways or another. But before we get to the details of the day in the life of a commuter, we do need to speak about a bigger picture that enables the life of a commuter to be what we are going to be mentioning just now. Because there is a system that needs to work together to enable mobility for a commuter, myself, yourself, and all the citizens of eThekwini. And so there is a system that the Council of eThekwini had approved as far back as 2012, which is the Integrated Public Transport Network. And what that is really is it's a coordinated, comprehensive system that allows for the movement of people from one mode to another within a network, a road network, a land transport network that makes it seamless. So such that you are able to move from rail to non-motorized transportation to road transport in a way that is seamless. And this involves provision of infrastructure a network of infrastructure across the city that makes that then possible. So in the case of eThekwini, this includes or involves 9 major corridors that crisscross the city. So in the first phase, for example, of this IPTN system, this integrated public transport network system, you have a route which we call Corridor C3 that traverses between Pinetown and Guamashu, the west of Durban, to the north. You've got a route that also connects Guamashu, the north, to the CBD, and one that connects Umhlanga via Phoenix to Guamashu. There's also a rail corridor that is part of that first phase of the rolling out of this entire network. So this network then also has feeder networks and complementary networks that work together with the major corridors or the major arteries that connect people throughout the city. So these complementary services are the smaller routes that complement and work in parallel with the major networks. And the feeder networks are those networks that then enable the commuter that we're talking about to move from his own house, step onto the gate, be able to hop onto the feeder that takes them closer to the major corridors that then can move them from one end of the city to another, depending on where one is wanting to go. And so the vision that we have as a city, as I said, is that a commuter in the city of eThekwini should then be able to wake up in the morning and through his cell phone be able to find details about the schedule for the bus service, be able to find that as easily and as quickly as through their own cell phone, get the details of what the delays are, if there are any delays, be able to top up their smart cards using their cell phones, such that there is convenience, there is speed, there is safety in the way that a commuter in the city of eThekwini accesses transport. So this approach is, really what we refer to as bring your own ticket, BYOT. And what that means is that we want the commuter to have a litany, a variety of options in terms of being able to top up and to pay for their journeys and their trips. And so once a commuter has been able to move from their house onto a feeder network or onto a non-motorized transport route to get themselves to a BRT stations, hopped onto the bus, they should then also be able to, once they're in the bus, access Wi-Fi, be able to do some work, catch up with emails while en route to wherever they might be. Hop onto social media and be able to continue living while in transit. But what this naturally results in, and we've already seen a lot of that, is that then transport becomes then a catalyst for change in a variety of ways in society. So what we have already seen, for example, is that places of interest have already developed along some of the corridors that have already been constructed in pursuit of this wider network that I spoke about. So, for example, the office where we work, which is along the C3 route, is one such development that has been possible to develop along one of these routes, because now there is a transport network that enables that to happen and that makes it viable. So we are at the Midway Shopping Center, and there are many amenities in the shopping center. There are our offices where we work, for example, as I say, but there's a shopping center, there's a taxi rank, and so on. And so transport allows for that to happen. And as it develops, a lot more of that is then possible. Along the C9 route, for example, again, Konubia Mall is another example of all of these areas of interest that begin to develop as the transport network also expands. What that leads us to as well is that there are implications, wider implications to transport development. So in the city's climate change strategy, for example, that has a mission, as you can read it there, that the people of Durban will collectively build governance, social, environmental, and economic adaptive capacity and resilience to climate change while achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Transport as a sector in Durban in particular is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution to the tune of 41%. And major reasons for that include the sprawl, the urban sprawl that you see in the city, because what then happens is that, of course, because people build informal settlements in various parts of the city, it means that travel to church, travel to work, travel to places of entertainment becomes longer. And so people are spending a lot more time on the road, and it becomes, and transportation becomes more expensive. But the other reason is just simply the fact that Durban is a port city. And so there's a lot of movement that is happening in Durban in terms of transport. And so we find ourselves in this situation where transport contributes, as I say, to the tune of 41% to greenhouse gas emissions in the city. That means that we as a sector then are very responsible to make some changes and take some actions as a sector. And so some of the interventions that are suggested there, that are in the strategy plan of the city, include that. Include part of what I've already mentioned, for example, when I was talking about developments along these corridors, because what then that does is that it encourages, of course, a densification, a better and efficient use of land, as people now can live, work, and play in the same areas. So in the same building, I can go upstairs to my apartment and then come down to the 4th floor where our offices are, and then also be able to take the lift and go down to the restaurants and have drinks with friends after work. And that is enabled by transportation and this development of this wide network of a transport network. But also, there is also there are also other interventions like switching more and more to low carbon vehicles. That will make a huge difference and a huge dent in that endeavor. And the increase in the use of non-motorized transportation. A lot of that is already happening within our city. A lot more of these cycling lanes are being developed, and you have seen that even within the inner city, there is already a huge initiative towards more pedestrianization of the inner city in allowing and increasing NMT or non-motorized transportation within the city, all as part of making mobility easier and more accessible for the citizens of eThekwini. But also recently, we have, as a city, become involved in one of the pilot projects of an electric bus, introducing electric buses into the city. It's still very much at a pilot phase. We, as eThekwini and eTshwane, are going to be part of the pilot, and we are excited about what that could lead to. So watch this space as far as that is concerned. As it progresses and develops, more information is going to be shared with the public. So what this all means is that we all have a role to play. It is a big initiative. It is a big dream that we have as a city. And it's not a dream that the city is able to achieve by itself. It's a dream and it's a vision that will require everybody's contribution towards it. And that includes all of us in this room. So in this room, there are people from all the various sectors and all the various businesses that Harry showed us ago. And so just from the list of all the attendees, I know that there are people, for example, here, I've just mentioned a pilot project that includes the introduction of electric buses into the city. And so if you are in that space, you should already be starting to think about how is it that I can get involved or our organization can get involved. We do not see the city or the government being the one that, for example, rolls out the entire infrastructure for charging of electric vehicles. And so this is something that if you are somebody in the private sector and in that space, should already be viewing as a gap that you can be able to fill. But also talking about the developments that begin to cluster around these transport nodes, as I mentioned. If you are in the development space, again, you should be looking at what the city is doing in terms of these major networks or these major arteries, really, these major corridors that the city is rolling out, and looking at that and looking at strategic positioning of various developments that will cater for all of these mixed uses, as I mentioned earlier. But again, also in the technology and operational support from financial institutions. So this very morning, we are inside a bank, and again, there are opportunities there. How is it that financial institutions can assist in making smart mobility more affordable and more accessible? The financing of operators, both bus operators, for example, or minibus taxi operators. How is it that we as a financial institution or financial institutions can partner with operators in order to assist? If you are, for example, again, I mentioned, living in the same building, but also working in that same building. During COVID, many of your businesses allowed some of your employees to work from home, and it worked. By and large, it worked. is there a reason why should that change now, for example? You know, we can think about things like that because that pressure that is off the transport network, of course, has, you know, the environmental benefits that we all know about and we all are beginning to really appreciate. So these are just some of the thoughts that we have in terms of how is it that that everybody in this room can participate towards the improvement of mobility within the city. So really a summation of all that I've said is in this picture, where, for an example, that is a place of residence of the microphone. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah. No, that's fine, Harry. I mean, if you live there, you should be able to, from your home, be able to connect onto a feeder network that can take you either to a train station. Thanks, Harry. That should be able to easily and quickly take you to a train station. If not, take you to a BRT station. You should be able to connect from mode to mode. So from a feeder onto a train, onto or onto a bus. Be able to move from there in a way that is seamless onto a shopping center. In a shopping center, there should be an availability of places of play and places of work, places of leisure that caters for the whole family. But you should also be able to go to work in a way that is seamless. If you are feeling strong on the day, you can cycle, and the city should provide and make that infrastructure available. And that is really the dream that the city has. And as electrical vehicles become more and more prominent, those facilities should become available as well, easily so, through the partnership of ourselves as the city and yourselves as the private sector. So just want to show a video that really is going to tell all that I've tried to say in a better way that is much more visual, that is much more helpful. Look at the video, imagine that, and try and see what is it that I am able to do, or what is it that I can do in order to make that a possibility. How can I partner with the city to make this dream a reality? I think that all of us as the people of Durban should be excited to view and see this.
I close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home.
Colors at my feet.
A million dreams are keeping me awake.
I think of what the world could be. There isn't all the what I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take.
I'm dreaming for the world we can make.
It's a illusion, and one of me. However big, however small, let me be part of it all.
Thank you, colleagues. Really, that is our message. Our message is that it's possible. It can be done. It will require efforts from all of us. It's a big dream, I know. It's a big vision, but it's one that we think that working together we can achieve.
Let's give them a big hand. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, we still have got some time, and so we would like actually to allow now for questions and answers. So Michelle, you and Sina and Nicole, I don't know if you guys want to come and sit here at the front, and we have a little, questions and answers session. Maybe we can you guys see from there? Maybe we can move it a little bit forward. Jan, your camera will just move a little bit forward. Just make sure the cameras can get them in there. And give them a mobile mic here. My apologies. There we go. So what we're going to do is we will allow some questions. I'm just going to start up this mobile camera as well here. And then we've got the technology going. So you can, in the meantime, think a little bit about a question you might have for our panel here. Then I'll approach you with the camera and the microphone. You can ask your question. We'll take, say, 2 or 3 questions. And then we will hand the mic over to these 2 colleagues of ours, and they will answer the questions. All right. So think about your questions. I'll be with you in a second. So just all the transmitters and receivers we need to get syncing. You've got the signal, Jan? Yeah, but you've got the signal of the camera. All right, there we go. All right. There's a question, so let's take our first question then. Test 1, 2.
Hi there, good morning. Nick Yaitman from Hucor Transport. I've seen a lot of this Go Durban, the stations that have been set up sort of through Pinetown and whatever. They look really great and, it looks fantastic so far. The question I have is, how are you guys planning to deal with the taxi industry? Because not to be the squeaky bearing, but not to be too negative, but my worry is that the minute the first bus takes off, that they just burn the station to the ground. I don't know how you plan to combat that.
Thank you. Is there another question?
Good morning. We appear to be the troublemakers this morning. I drove down from New Germany to Umhlanga the other night. Don't know what that new road is called, but the bus lane is in the center. And I noticed all the light standards have been cut down, presumably to steal the wiring. That's another thing. How are we going to ever get on top of the crime? Your wonderful video, fantastic. But in reality, you go into Durban, it's rubbish strewn in the streets. There's rubble where paving stones have been pulled up for some reason. They're not replaced properly. We need to get on top of it as a Durban council. Just to add in, a council friend of mine informed me when I remarked on a close protection car behind a councillor, R1 billion a year is spent on bodyguards. That's my money that's being spent to protect somebody. We've got a Metro Police Force that we never see. So what about using them instead of spending $1 billion a year on bodyguards, which will then contribute to these wonderful ideas you have? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Let's give an opportunity to answer these two first, and then we'll go to those questions. I know there's a question on Zoom as well, so we'll get to that question also now, but let's give you opportunity to answer these two.
Hi, thanks, Nick. Nick is asking an important question. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And it's not something that Nick is not asking this question because he knows something that any of the people here in the audience are not aware of. If I can just be blunt, so that challenge that Nick is referring to is part of the reason why the launch of the program has been delayed. So there have been negotiations that had been set up, and the city has recently in May of this year had approved a different approach to implementing the program, and from the city's side, there's confidence that this new approach will be able to deal with the frustrations and the concerns that are coming out of the industry. It's not only the taxi industry, but also bus operators also have their own concerns. And so there's a very detailed plan and approach that the city has put out, that the city is confident that it is going to be the best middle ground that is going to assist the city to implement the program, the Go Durban program, in such a way that that disgruntlements from the industry, because if I can just for example make one example of an intervention that comes out of the new approach. For example, it's just the fact that so in the previous approach that we were trying to the city was trying to implement, there was going to be so operators would surrender their operating licenses and would be compensated for that. But in this new approach, the thinking is that no one who is an operator, a taxi operator, should be forced to come into the system and participate in the IPTN, but people should voluntarily decide to do so. And what that means is that with the new approach is that if there is skepticism about the IPTN, the Integrated Public Transport Network, and Go Durban, I mean the Durban branding of it, if there's skepticism from your side as an operator to become part of it, you are then allowed to continue operating without surrendering, without losing your license. So you continue to operate, and the system also operates in parallel, because of course the loss of an operating license is loss of an economic right, which is one of the concerns. So there are a number of interventions like that in the new approach, which we think that will enable the city to finally implement the program. Yes, sorry, I didn't catch the second gentleman's name. Ted, yes. Ted, again, I think you're also asking an important question, one that should be a concern for all the citizens of the city. Vandalism of various kinds, whether it's happening on the road or any other city infrastructure, it is a concern. And that infrastructure that you're referring to is a concern for us within the eThekwini Transport Authority. So I'm not able to respond to that in a comprehensive way, just because it's much as it is, of course, a concern for me as an official and as a citizen. It's not one that that I'm involved with on a regular basis, and they are just better suited colleagues to respond to that. And of course, I'm also unsure about the amounts mentioned of R1 billion on bodyguards. So I'm not able to address that in a way that I think will satisfy. So I'm not going to attempt it. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the other side for those questions. I think you were two. Right, Gerard, and then Abdul.
Hi, I just want to add on to some of the comments that's been made on that side and kind of turn it around into a bit of a more positive thing, because I do believe there's a solution. What we are facing, or what you guys are facing in Durban, I mean, we can learn from the lessons that happened in Cape Town with my city bus. They had the same challenges with the taxis, and they kind of, I think, found some middle way, although with the last whole taxi strike, it kind of went south for them a bit. But I think one must be careful sometimes to reinvent the wheel and try and solve problems that's in some ways been solved. I know there's unique intricacies in Durban, and I know that the region has got some other geopolitical challenges as well. So perhaps one could knock on the door in Cape Town and other places where they've implemented a kind of a coexistence between the taxis and the public transport system. That is one comment. The second thing I want to make is, it was for me fascinating. I haven't been to Durban for quite a while. Last week I was here probably the first time in about 4 or 5 years. And what was very obvious for me is how the general tidiness of Durban has deteriorated. And I'm not talking about infrastructural changes, which is going to be paramount to making this work. Not only the purchasing of the hardware, the buses and the whatever other modes of transport, but the physical roads. The conditions of the roads are shocking. Now, I know you guys have had floods and all of those wonderful things, but just the general condition of the infrastructure that's going to need some major upgrade for this dream to be materialized. But to me, what was absolutely disgusting was to see the tidiness of Durban. And that has got nothing to do with poor people or previously disadvantaged people or a political environment. That's got to do with an attitude. And I've had the fortunate privilege of traveling to a number of African countries, and one recently being Namibia, that has also got a very large component, especially because the whole tourism industry fell flat during COVID, that has got a large, very poor population. But you can drive to their squatter camps and you will not see one piece of paper lying on the ground. But they will have bins there, and the rubbish will go in the bins. Now I've got the question, why is it different here? Why is it different when you go to Khayelitsha and those places? Because that to me is just an attitude. That is just a don't care. Now we want to go and invest billions in an infrastructure system, but you sit with a population that's got a don't care attitude. If it doesn't suit me, it's not going to work. And to me, I just feel that we need to address that somehow through education, through programs, because if you get that right, you get the attitude right at that level, I think a lot of the other issues are going to be addressed, i.e. the taxis, i.e. the crime, i.e. the stealing of, and.
Thank you, Gerard. Abdul.
Yeah, Abdul Khan from KDG Logistics. I think mine might be on a slightly more positive note. I understand some of the sentiments that that have been expressed. I grew up in the center of Durban. I was born in the inner city, and I've seen much of the degradation through my lifetime. But firstly, I have to say that as a first presentation, you nailed it. Well done. That was a great achievement. If you hadn't told us it was your first presentation in a forum like this, I wouldn't have known. So well done on that. And then secondly, I think to the two of you responsible for that presentation, I think that one of the good things that comes out of it is that there's a clear articulation that the challenge that needs to be solved for Durban isn't simply a transport challenge, but it's one of spatial architecture and building a city that can cater for lifestyle and build a positive lifestyle over time. So transport is one element of that, but the urban architecture and spatial planning, I think, are key elements that you have articulated in that design, and well done for that. I think if we don't know where we want to get to, there's very little chance we'll get there. So articulating the right vision, I think, is a necessary first step. But I think there are a number of hurdles along the way. And one of them is, I was in an academic program in 2015. Most of my life is academic programs, but that's a separate topic. And in that, we had an action learning program. And one of the things that we did there was, because it was transport related, we had to develop projects around solving simple tasks. And one of the things we looked at was the commute of a domestic worker. How can we add value to that, and how can we make that an easier commute, or how do we add value to their lives? And a lot of people were talking about just give subsidies and provide more transport and stuff like that. But what it came down to for me was, can we give that commuter more time back, more meaningful time back? Because if a person has to get up at 4 in the morning to make sure that they get to work by 7, or that sort of thing, can we in some way improve that? And what it came down to was, a lot of these transport tasks are repetitive. So if we can use the intelligence that we can get from cell phone tracking and movement of people through the system, even with your ticketing system, there's a lot of intelligence you get in that. And by mapping the repetitive journeys, we can actually look at in the future, breaking down journeys from 3 segments and 2 segments down to single segment journeys, and still achieve the same mobility. And I think as we do that, we can actually take a lot of friction out of the system. I like what you say about the seamless transition from mode to mode, but I think if we look at what AI can bring to the play in terms of pre-planning and demand aggregation, I think there's a lot that can be done there. So it's not simply a matter of replacing what we have with something new and shiny, but reshaping. Just as you look at the urban architecture, revisit the mobility challenge and redefine it to some extent.
Thank you, Abdul. Much appreciated for that comment. And Gerard, don't know if the city want to respond to these.
Thanks. Gerard, right? Gerard, yeah. As a patriotic South African, I can only just agree with how you feel and the sentiments that you have articulated. On the initial point that you made, I must just assure you that as a city, we are talking to other cities about what has been done and what has worked in other cities. In fact, we are forced to do that really by law, because even adjusting or changing approaches is something that we must do through the Department of Transport, which is central. And they're central because they are talking to all the other cities and they are aware of exactly what is happening everywhere else. And so they are able to connect us with the relevant cities, depending on what kind of problem is each city trying to solve. So there's no reinvention of the wheel, so to speak, but there is some innovation, and I think that there needs to be sometimes when the problems are unique, when the problems are different in eThekwini, for example, than what you have in Nelson Mandela Bay or in Cape Town or elsewhere. Michelle, you wanna?
Thanks, Abdul, am I correct? Yeah. So thank you for the positive feedback, very encouraging. And like Senenkosi said at the beginning of his presentation, it is a vision. We do realize that there is a lot to do. We realize there are a lot of challenges, but we've got to work towards something that we can leave as a legacy. And maybe we won't see that full vision in our own lifetimes, but we have to leave a legacy for our children and the future generations. So just a comment on that. But just talking about the technology and, you know, the day in the life of a commuter and exactly the comments around the domestic worker. So part of what we're doing in the transport space, not only just looking at how technology can enable and inform better public transport movement in future. I mean, that's something that Mike van Tonder, that's here in the audience from Zutari, also works with the city on, is public transport management systems, looking at how we can actually gather that data to inform better transport, better ways of moving our people around the city, making it more affordable, but also around the whole gender equality and the challenges that certain people have. Women, for example, who have to get their kids to school using public transport, then they have to go to their place of work and they arrive home at 8 o'clock at night and they've still got to cook dinner, do homework. So, you know, that is something that is very much in the forefront of what is being considered, and as well as how technology can enable improved and more cost-effective, accessible transport. Thanks.
I think Abdul must come and work for the city. That's some great ideas.
Thank you guys this far. Right, so we've got a question on Zoom. Just want to get to that. From Tut Lamini. Thank you for a great presentation. Has the city started engaging key stakeholders such as PRASA, as well as prospective private partners that would be playing a critical role? Okay, that's the one question. The other one is from Orlandi Kribler. It's hi, Harry. Where will funding come from to implement the city's vision? So I don't know if you guys want to respond to that one. So the first one was, has the city started engaging key stakeholders such as PRASA and prospective private partners?
Yes, so to the first question, yes, that's so you, I mean, you really cannot even start some of these major programs without those consultations. So when I mentioned that the IPTN consists of a network of corridors that crisscross the city, one of those is the rail corridor between KwaMashu and Umlazi via the city, and it is also part of the first phase of the implementation of the IPTN. And yes, talks have been going on for a while now between the city and PRASA, because in as much it is part of the city's IPTN network, it does sit with PRASA to assist the city get it going. So yes, the city has been in talks with PRASA in particular, but a variety of other stakeholders as well.
Thank you. And the funding, where the funding will be coming from for the implementation?
So, also the IPTN is mandated by the Department of Transport through the National Land Transport Act, and the infrastructure funding initially comes from National Treasury through the National Department of Transport, and that is how we've been able to fund the infrastructure rollouts that we've been able to roll out so far, and into the future. But the idea, of course, is that eventually, as the system begins to operate, it does also begin to fund from the fare collection.
Thank you for that. I see Sophia Abu has got her hand raised. Sophia, you're welcome to unmute, switch on your video and talk to us. Ask your question.
Hello, Kumoto here. Can I speak?
Komoto, you're welcome to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. My name is Kumoto Mohale from Freight Logistics South Africa. I think the first thing I need to say is thank you for the vision that you have put up there for the smart city in Durban. And then there is one thing though that I needed to ask in terms of the freight rail to Durban Port and how your plan lies maybe to the Durban Port operations, and then how is that included in this plan? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Let's have Sophia's question as well. Sophia.
Hi, Harry. Thanks so much. First, well done to you guys on your presentation. Your video was fantastic. I quite enjoyed the vision. I do have two questions with regard to your strategy around the new approach that's been taken, where if you allow the taxis to operate in competition with the system, how do you deal with the issue of passenger intimidation? And then the second question I have also relates to it to say, well, the bus system is going to be subsidized through a grant that comes through from National Treasury via NDOT. What happens to, how do you deal with the issue where the operator's chosen to continue to operate in competition, but he's not subsidized? So then that also speaks to the differential in the price that ultimately affects the commuter. Thanks.
Thank you, Sophia. The city want to respond. I think we're now running out of time for this session. We have a panel discussion later on as well, where we can continue with the other presenters. But if you want to respond on these, you're welcome.
Yes.
Just keep it closer. Thank you.
So Komoto is asking again another important question. So that is not something that that I am close to in terms of my day-to-day work, but it is in the city's focus. So I don't want to give out now false information or inaccurate information, but there are definitely plans within the city to improve freight transportation through rail. I don't have the details at hand right now, and I'm not sure if I got Sophia right, but if you are going to provide an opportunity later on, as you just mentioned, Harry, maybe you can give her an opportunity to ask the question again, and then at that point, if she's online, maybe she can type it.
Yes.
And,
okay.
And then we read it out. Yes.
Okay, Sophia, if you kindly can type your question, and with the questions and answers at the end of the session, we'll then address that. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gents, let's give this panel a hand. Thank you very much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Great work that they're doing. I really appreciate their support. Right, ladies and gents, looking at our program, our next presenter then is Mr. Abdul Kamdar. He's the manager for decarbonization and to drive to zero. And he's from KDG Logistics. He's going to talk about the electric vehicle journey. Thank you very much, Abdul.
Thank you so much. So I work for a company, that's my day job. Quite recently, I've been approached by the Smart Freight in the Netherlands to work with them on the project to the foundation. And over the next 9 months, what I've worked, I am
Okay, is that better? Okay, so today's topic is the electric truck journey, and we're talking in a broader context about our decarbonization journey and how we get to net zero. So as a road transport operator, there's multiple demands on the business and the cargo owners, especially the cargo owners from Europe, they talk about having a strategy to net zero. So the recent macro themes that we all hear of is global warming, climate change, CO2 emissions reporting, and in the road transport space, these are the kind of narratives that have been becoming prominent. And over time, these have gravitated down to demands of, how do we reduce CO2 emissions and how do we arrive at net zero for the freight task? So one of the questions that always comes to mind is, what is global warming and climate change? And is it a new crisis? And strangely enough, it's not a new crisis. Svante Arrhenius, a Swedish scientist, reported in the Edinburgh Journal on the topic of the correlation between CO2 emissions in the atmosphere and the temperature on the ground. So this is something we've known for about 130 years or so now. But if we look at climate change, there are some core indices that we need to track. And one of them is how much of global warming is happening. So where are we in the temperature timeline? So if you look at the average temperature on the ground over the planet, what is that trajectory been over time? The other thing we need to look at is how much of CO2 is already in the atmosphere. And then finally, how much are we adding to the CO2 burden? So climate change is real. If we look at the average temperature on the ground, in recent times, we've gone to temperatures that have been on average more than 1 degree above what it's ever been. So we're fast heading towards the 1.5 degree mark. And these may sound like small shifts to you, but the reality is that the world is made up of very complex systems, like the system of clouds and the air currents that move clouds around the planet, that distributes water over the planet. We also have the currents that run in the oceans, and there's some large currents that run along the continents. And these currents are like conveyor belts that move marine life across the oceans. Now, all of these things are intricately dependent on temperature cycles. And as we shift these temperature cycles, we can influence any number of these currents and cause chaos in how the world actually functions. So this is a slide that will show you the variation in CO2 in the atmosphere over time. And what we are seeing is that CO2 typically was around the 250, 270 parts per million for about 800,000 years. But only in the last 100 years or so, it's gone up to just past 420 parts per million now. So it's gone up by about a third in just our lifetimes. That's really what it comes down to. And to add to that, road freight accounts for a very significant part of the CO2 emissions burden. So if we look at industrialization and the task of human living, how we survive as a species, road freight is a significant part of delivering what we need for us to survive as a species. So everything that we eat, everything that we drink, the clothes we wear, the furniture we use, just about everything travels on road. I think it's about 86% of all goods move on road in this country. And that brings with it the burdens of congestion, road wear, traffic safety, but also the burden of CO2 emissions. So one of the objectives is, how do we decouple the freight task from the CO2 emissions burden? So whilst road transport fleets represent a fairly small part of the total population of vehicles on the road, we have a disproportionately high burden of CO2 emissions and other pollutants as well. And this is something that is actually set to increase over time. As populations become more affluent and as populations increase, CO2 emissions will necessarily increase. But the task is to try and decouple the growth in CO2 emissions from the growth in populations and the growth in freight demand. So the good news is that there are a number of technologies that are available to the trucking sector, and these things revolve around how do we improve the asset quality, so how do we improve the actual vehicle we use, aerodynamic aids, digital aids, fleet management systems, how do we reduce the weight of the vehicle to reduce the amount of fuel it actually takes to move the vehicle around? How do we improve the freight efficiency through more productive assets? That's like one of the leading lights in this country in this regard is the PBS project. That has been an amazing success story, and South Africa is one of the few countries in the world that has such a project. So we have many technologies and technology aids that can help us in this task. But what we've got to do as transport companies, we've got to develop strategic pathways, not just for decarbonization, but also towards the net zero objective. So we can, within the technologies available at present, reduce the CO2 emissions of a transport fleet, a diesel transport fleet, by roughly 20%, up to 24, 25% in some instances. And what's really exciting is that together with that, you get a profit increase of about 30% or 40% in some instances. But the long-term objective has got to be to aim towards net zero. So when we're looking at decarbonization, the elements of a decarbonization plan is essentially you have to set a target. What do you really want to reduce your emissions by, and how do you get there? So you start with developing a CO2 reporting system. And okay, wait, let me just stop there, right? So I think, firstly, there's a lot of sciencey stuff and academic stuff in the slides, right? But let's get it down to basics first. I think to understand the problem, we've got about 350, 400,000 trucks on the road in this country. And a single truck, Durban to Joburg, will emit roughly 1,000 kilograms of CO2 per day. So I think, forget the slides, the graphs, all the fancy stuff, right? The stuff that you hear on YouTube about, is it real, is it not real? The reality is, if you've got 1,000 kilograms of CO2 going into the air per truck per day, and we've got more than 350,000 on the road, that's a serious problem. So besides all of the political interference with the data set, and is it real, is it not real, is it the great economic reset, all that nonsense, put all that aside. We know how many trucks each one of us have on the road, and we can now get some sort of idea of what the CO2 burden of that is. And there's an even easier way of quantifying what it means at the fleet level. If your fleet uses 100,000 liters of diesel a month, you multiply that by 3.24, and that's the kilograms of CO2 that you are responsible for emitting. And it must be taken as personally as that, because only when you have that, and then you look at your child or your grandchild and you understand that over the next 10, 20, 30 years, this is what you are adding as a burden to their lives. And that's when the accountability starts stepping in. Why do I need to do this? Okay, back to the presentation. So yeah, so CO2 reporting is very important to establish a baseline. I think once you know what your emissions burden is, what you're currently doing, then you can start defining some sort of trajectory to reduce that over time. And then you develop a bit of an implementation plan, you get some people together, you have a CO2 champion or a fuel champion, and then you start watching how you bring it down. And the activities are quite simple. We'll go through that now. But the aim is to create a measurable reduction in your CO2 emissions impact. And then you look at how do you report those CO2 emissions. Now, for some of you who are in the agricultural food chains, like moving citrus, for example, the cargo owners or your customers in Europe are starting to look at the CBAM regulations. And I've seen impacts now. I was in Nairobi 2 weeks ago. The flower industry is shifting modes from air to sea to reduce the CO2 burden simply to access European markets. So these are becoming barriers to entry now. So if we don't wake up and sort out our CO2 Act, we are going to be blocked from certain key export markets. So a decarbonization plan, these are some of the things you can look at doing. It's a whole bouquet of things that you can do to change the way your fleet behaves, to improve your fleet efficiency and to improve your productivity, hence your profits. So there's roughly about 30% of profitability increase up for grabs in this. CO2 emissions reduction is not this green thing that's going to cost you a lot of money. There's a little bit of money cost in the implementation, in the training and the activities to get it going, but the profitability increase is in the order of magnitude of roughly 30 to 40% of your current net profit. So if you're currently making 10 million Rand a year, that could be 13 million Rand. You can thank me later. The reality is, though, that 20% reduction in the CO2 emissions is easily possible, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be doing it. So one of the things we did in our early years in this campaign, so around 2015, 2016, I started looking at low rolling resistance tires. trying to reduce the friction and the resistance to the vehicle's actual movement on the road. And what we found was in 400,000 kilometers of testing in our fleet, that there was a significant difference between the different tires that were available to us. And we could get a difference in fuel consumption of 8 to 10% by changing our tires and changing the way we managed our tires. So little things in terms of tire maintenance, tire monitoring, tread depth measurement, tire pressures, all that stuff, 8 to 10% right there. We built the world's first electric car carrier. So we are a car carrier company. We deliver for the new car industry. And together with Lowe Industry in France, we built the first electric carrier. It has an electric axle. It's such a beautiful project that the Japanese engineers from one of the big OEMs actually came to visit us to see, is it real? Does it really exist? They could not believe that we built something like that for the African market. And this is it. This is the first electric truck that Volvo destined for South Africa. We were the first ones to put our hands up and say, we want it. That was the drive I took at the test track in Sweden. This is an absolutely amazing vehicle. It looks like a normal diesel truck. It behaves more or less like a normal diesel truck, except that it is absolutely quiet. It's like sitting on a lounge suite and driving. There's absolute comfort. The world moves past you without a sound, and then along comes a truck making a noise as no. So it's really an eye change. It's a game changer for drivers. The driver that we put into it is someone who's been in our fleet for almost 20 years now, an amazing gentleman, Kusa. And when he drove that truck for the first time, he got out of the truck like totally shocked. It was like, for him, it was an unbelievable experience that a truck could behave like that. It was smooth. It had all the power you needed. It could do everything that the diesel truck did, but it did it whisper quietly. So in deciding on buying that electric truck, I had to adjudicate 7 different technology options. So the reality is that for about 100 years, the dominant technology has been diesel. But over the past few years, a number of new technologies have come to the fore. We have battery electric trucks, hydrogen fuel cell electric trucks, hydrogen combustion trucks, biodiesel, biomethane, hybrid of the ICE and the battery electric truck. We have LNG, CNG, and we have electric road systems. So each one of these is a complete new technology that requires a whole ecosystem to be built around it. And some of them become so capital intensive that once you get in, you cannot get out. So if you make the wrong decision from a capital perspective and you go, for example, you choose, okay, I want to do hydrogen. Why? I don't know, but sounds nice. So you go and you put in hydrogen infrastructure that costs you about 7 million just for the dispensing station, and you find a hydrogen supplier if you can. And lo and behold, 3 years down the line, you've got a project, but your cost per kilometer has gone up by 200%. So these are some of the challenges that you can face making the wrong technology decision. So what's very important is to look at it and take a holistic decision. So in looking at how you make that decision, the first thing you need to do is to understand your use case. So what is it that you actually do in your freight task? So if you're doing urban deliveries, for example, you might have a truck doing 5 to 25 kilometers between stops, and you might do 150, 250 kilometers a day. That is a very specific kind of freight task. What we do in long haul is typically 600 to 750 kilometers per day, and the stops are every 200 kilometers for driver safety, for fatigue management, not so much because we actually have to do a delivery. Urban bus and BRTs may have a completely different use cycle, but those use cases define the kind of technology you can move to as you try and move towards zero emissions. So looking at battery electric trucks as the first stop, there's a number of pros: environmental benefits, zero tailpipe emissions, energy efficiency, regenerative braking. There's also a few cons. Range anxiety. So the current best trucks at the moment, which is the Volvo, I believe, gives you about a 300-kilometer range. But I've been following the work of Auke Hoekstra from TU Eindhoven. He's tracking battery technologies, and we believe that by 2028 or so, we should have trucks capable of doing around 600 to 800 kilometers on a single charge. And by 2030, we should be capable of achieving 800 to 1,000 kilometers on a single charge. So currently, more than half of the freight tasks are less than 250, 300 kilometers a day. So a lot of your urban delivery cycles can easily be managed by electric trucks. So there's no reason why an electric truck shouldn't be feasible right now for a large number of tasks. And the idea is to solve the easy problems first. And most of your congestion, your emissions burden is actually within the inner city. So that would be your first use case that makes sense. Hydrogen fuel cell trucks. So for some reason, there are lobbies pro-hydrogen fuel cell, which ignore some of the fundamental data that point out that hydrogen fuel cells are not necessarily a good transport solution. And part of that is the huge energy impact in separating hydrogen from oxygen. So hydrogen is quite an abundant element. And for that reason, a lot of people say that it could be used as a transport energy vector. It's not a fuel, it's a transport vector. It's an energy carrier system, but it's really unstable on its own. It loves to be either bonded to itself or to oxygen. So hydrogen is difficult to separate from in electrolysis. So the energy burden in producing hydrogen that can be utilized in the vehicle results in an inefficiency, which I will show you, I think, in a later slide. But what it means is that if you have a certain amount of electricity, you only get about 34% available from that to use in the freight task if you use a hydrogen fuel cell system. So there are a number of issues around the hydrogen fuel cell. And what you need to understand, though, is that the hydrogen fuel cell truck is an electric truck that simply has a hydrogen fuel cell as a range extender. So it has an onboard charging system using the hydrogen. Hydrogen combustion trucks is a very new technology. I think it was shown for the first time to the public at the IAA in Hanover 2 years ago. Cummins had a demonstration engine there where they took a standard diesel engine and they modified some of it to be able to combust hydrogen. It sounds interesting, but it really has quite a high NOx impact, if I'm not mistaken. So there's low CO2 emissions at the tailpipe, or no CO2 emissions at the tailpipe, actually, but there's a NOx impact. Biofuel trucks is a really useful one in areas where you have the availability of biofuels. So if you have agricultural byproducts that can be used to produce biofuels, you can make biodiesel, or even if you have waste from food processing. In some parts of the UK, they use fish and chip shop waste oil. I suppose we could do the same with KFC here and convert that oil into biodiesel. It takes a couple of days. It's a fairly simple process. But one of the problems with some of the biofuel projects is that they become competition with human uses for the same feedstock. Hybrid trucks, this is a very interesting proposition. So a hybrid truck essentially takes a diesel truck, adds on an electric motor, either in series or in parallel, and you have the best of both worlds. So you have the ability to get the long range of a diesel vehicle, but the electric propulsion gives you the ability to do some energy recovery. So you have a kinetic energy like in Formula One, and then you can use some of that energy again for propulsion. So it offsets some of the energy demand of the diesel, and you can get, I've seen in some instances, the Agero project in the UK claim 16 to 32% improvement in fuel efficiency in that vehicle. LNG and CNG, now that's an interesting one, because a lot of people believe that LNG is a natural gas, so it must be safe and it must have low emissions. But what we found is that in a lot of instances, there's a huge amount of methane slip where methane passes through the system. And what you actually have is a transport asset that gives you a much higher CO2 impact. Or rather a much higher greenhouse gas impact, because methane is about 30 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. Electric road system, that's a very interesting one. So if all things were equal, the corridor Durban to Johannesburg should be an electrified corridor. We should have overhead lines, and all the trucks should have electric motors, and they just hook up on that line and off they go. They wouldn't need a big battery, so your electric truck would be very cheap. And we actually did studies with the University of Cambridge, modeling the N3 to see how it would respond to being electrified. And the cost economics are great. So it would reduce the cost of transport significantly, and it's easily deployable. We have sufficient freight density on that route to make it work. So what this means is that you have operators that buy electric trucks. You'll have this catenary system. The driver approaches the network, presses a button, The gadget goes up, it hooks up to the wires, and it's like a train on the road kind of thing. So you have the best of both worlds. The problem, though, is that I think the first difficulty was that it's an expensive capital infrastructure to roll out, and whether our government would actually do that. The second problem was how much of it would go missing when. So you've got a lot of copper wires there, and that becomes a serious challenge. And also electricity theft would generally bleed off the line. So there are a lot of challenge in terms of our country specific challenges that makes that a difficult system to consider. The great debate between hydrogen and electric trucks. So if you had 100 kilowatts of sustainably generated electricity and you put that into an electric truck, you would have 73% of that available at the wheels. If you do that in a hydrogen truck, you would have typically 22% available at the wheels. And if you sort out all of the technology challenges along the way, your best possible outcome, if I'm not mistaken, is 34% of that energy is available. So in countries where you have a huge amount of surplus electricity generated, yes, you can use hydrogen. It works as a storage vessel for electricity, but you get very little of what you store coming out at the end of it. So in countries that are energy starved like South Africa, hydrogen would be a really poor choice in my opinion. Nonetheless, this study came out earlier this year by the NBI, and I think it was BCG that did the legwork. The study is called Decarbonizing the South African Transport Sector. Page 37 is this set of graphs in which they claim that by 2030, hydrogen fuel cells would be the cheapest form of transport, cheaper than LNG and CNG. And this does not make sense. I've done the cost economics. The numbers in transport, that's what I live on. That's my bread and butter. And when I looked at these graphs, something didn't make sense. And then I read the fine print right at the bottom here. It says electric trucks have been ignored from this cost comparison. So that's like saying, I want to get married, but I'm ignoring all the single people. I mean, really? So part of the cost comparisons that I did in looking at the difference between a battery electric truck and a hydrogen fuel cell truck, and this is not in the book, Craig, is the comparison in different use cycles. So if you have an electric truck and you just throw it into a single use case, you will find that there's a significant difference in most instances between the cost per kilometer for an electric truck versus a diesel truck. And part of that is because the electric truck still costs about 4 times the price of a diesel truck. Now, in Europe, it doesn't. In Europe, they have an 80% subsidy in Germany, for example. In South Africa, we have a 20% punitive import duty, which is like the total opposite. But if you have to look at any use case, what it comes down to is because there's such a high capital burden, you need to run that truck for as many kilometers as possible. So what you find is that in the use cases that have a very high number of kilometers per day, you actually get much closer to cost parity. So I plotted in this graph the Volvo FM330 versus an electric versus the hydrogen fuel cell. And what you find is that once you pass about 20,000 kilometers in a month, the cost per kilometer for the electric truck and the diesel truck start coming fairly close to each other. So what you're going to find is that over time, as diesel gets more expensive and electric trucks become cheaper, by about 2025, I believe an electric truck per kilometer may actually cost you less than a diesel truck. And by 2030, I believe with absolute certainty in my heart that that would be the case, that it would be an economically poor decision to buy a diesel truck at that point. That is why, as a company, we've committed to having all our trucks electrified by 2040. So if we want to scale the green transport strategy in South Africa, what are the policy imperatives that we need? A, we need a removal of the import duties, and we need some kind of subsidy and grant system. But we also need to look at ring fencing the CO2 taxes on vehicles so that we can use that same money to improve the vehicle pool. So take some of the CO2 taxes and put that into incentives. Non-financial incentives that I'd love to see is green channels. So that was something that was missing in the earlier presentation on the urban architecture of Durban. Where are the green freight corridors that pass through Durban? And I think that's something that we need to engage on. Then there are some EU directives. So in the European Union, they have certain directives that allow for a higher tonnage on electric vehicles because the batteries are quite heavy. And without that, the applicability of those technologies in the local context becomes somewhat limited. We also need to develop reticulation and charging infrastructure. Now, it may seem like an easy problem, run a couple of wires, put a couple of charging stations in and we sort it, but it's not that easy because an electric truck has a very, very big battery. So by 2025, 2030, we'll start seeing megawatt hour scale batteries on trucks. And by then we would have to have megawatt scale charging infrastructure, which they're already testing in Europe. So what that means is that for a megawatt charging station, you need a copper cable that can handle in excess of 1,000 amps input current at 380 volts. So that's like a cable this big. And the problem is that in transport companies, you're going to want to have charging stations for at least 10 or 20 trucks. And the problem is that you also have other transport companies that are near you that want to do the same thing. So by 2030, 2035, I think local reticulation is going to be the big the obstacle to scale. So these are the two directives. Is anyone who's doing policy in the room? These are the two EU directives we need. Take the numbers down, please. I need that in regulation as soon as possible. So I think the real thing is that we need to look at, similarly to what we looked at in the city of Durban, we have an idea of what the end state should be. What should the architecture gravitate to? And in that, we need to identify the obstacles. And some of those obstacles may be internal within the business, and some of it may be external in terms of electricity generation and reticulation. But certainly, for those of you who operate large transport fleets, if you're looking to motivate the capital for an electric truck, that's 4 times the capex, and you're going to have the same movement task. So you need to have a very good handle on your cost fundamentals to be able to do that motivation. And that's our electric truck in operation. So that was the first load we did, ex-Camperdown. That's a Volvo electric truck, first movement for a heavy vehicle in the country without diesel. That was quite something. And this is a short video.
KDG Logistics is a company that is efficiency driven. And from about 2015, we decided to make our entire fleet Volvo specific. So we are 100% Volvo fleet. And the reason for that is because the truck is inherently designed to be the safest possible truck on the road, but it also is the most operationally efficient. From an energy efficiency point of view and a fuel consumption point of view, looking at CO2 emissions, you can't beat it. So this truck has a 450 kilowatt hour battery. It can achieve 300 kilometers on a single charge. So the use cycle that we've got for it is from Camperdown, the Umlaas Road area, to Durban Port. It's about a 70-kilometer trip each way, and we probably end up charging it in between. So when it's loading or offloading, we can have a top-up charge. So we can achieve 4 turnarounds in a day. People need to see that it's real. It's finally here, and that we are not waiting on the southern tip of Africa 10 years from now to see something new. So we are deploying this concurrently with the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Isn't that impressive? Thank you very much, Abdul. I enjoyed especially the pros and cons and all the different alternative scenarios and platforms. So I'm definitely going to visit this presentation again slowly and take in what you're telling us. So thank you very much. I'm quite sure they're looking forward to engage with you in a questions and answer session. Right, ladies and gents, let's get our program up. So without further ado, we've got our next presenter, Mr. Craig Huron. He's the Senior Vice President of Revenue Generation, SACU, from Isuzu Motors South Africa. He's going to talk about the Isuzu alternative propulsion story. Thank you very much, Craig. Up and down there.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks very much, Harry and Kathy, for inviting me. I didn't imagine that I would have had that introduction. Abdul, you've saved me A lot of time and effort explaining a lot of the technicalities you've already presented, so I'll lead off that. Firstly, let me just introduce myself. Revenue generation, really what that means is sales, after sales, marketing, the dealer network, part of the South African Customs Union down south. My colleague handles the rest of Africa. And I'm also a director of Isuzu Motors South Africa, which is the biggest wholly owned subsidiary of Isuzu Japan globally. So part of the information I'm sharing you here is not South Africa specific. This journey around propulsion is a global journey. And everything you deal with, and the previous presentation, we're dealing in the world with the moments. We're all living in the moments and trying to understand where we're trying to get to and what that future is. My job and within Isuzu is to understand where 2050 is our objective of carbon neutral and how we're going to get there. And then we've got to backcast our journey. And let me give you a little bit of insights into that journey as we go. One of the things that came out this morning, and I'll try and answer some of the questions on my behalf that came up. We've been partnering with the city of Durban for more than 40 years on fleet. I think if you drive around Durban, whether it's a yellow, blue, green, white truck or pickup, we're quite significantly represented in that fleet. And in the last 8 years, most of you will know, policy in this country is a problem. We are more than 2 decades behind the world in emissions on products. So we have a legislation of Euro 2, and most of the world is beyond Euro 5 and 6, going on to electric EV and other propulsion. So some of the questions and commentary that's come up here, what about this and who's doing that and why doesn't the government do this and then the next thing? Well, it's not just their job, it's our job too. And we need to be doing a lot more to foster the environment we live in. And as a brand, Isuzu, we always proclaim and live the fact that we are a societal brand. And everything we do in our products have an impact on society. And what they do, whether it's innovation, solutions, or adding value, most of our products that we sell to customers are there to make their money. We've got a large portion of the automotive industry we don't participate in, but it's the very emotional side that actually costs you an awful lot of money. So there's a very distinct factor around what we look at is how does this add to sustainability, profitability of an individual in the transport sector that has an impact on society. And that's the background globally that we take as a brand. So within Durban, just another bit of information in fleet, we didn't stick to Euro 2 as we rolled out our fleet with a green city strategy, which is in conflict with our policy. Green strategy or green city is actually far ahead of the actual policy of our country. But in providing the type of vehicles of Euro 3, Euro 5 over the last 8 to 10 years, we've reduced that carbon footprint by over 40% in the city. So when we talk about green, it's a journey. We're already on it. It's how quickly you want it to move and what are we all going to contribute to all of the factors around the country, by the way, and how we play a role to that. My personal issue is whether I'm driving out of Cape Town to the airport and I see litter while the city center is clean. It's a massive irritation, and I'm struggling with that of how as business we play a role to find a solution to that. And it does come back to attitudes and approaches, and I guess societal disciplines. And we're dealing in a society that has very few standards left, and we need to drive some of those to accomplish that. But really, at the end of the day, we know that we need to employ people to get the morals and the ills of society sorted out. So as a legacy, as a product dealing with journey, and I'm not a fan of reading slides and all the rest. It's about telling the story. So the legacy of success as a brand over the last 100 years is around giving confidence to our customers, winning their trust, and making sure we deliver reliability that keeps sustainability for themselves and provides to be successful businesses. And as long as our customers are successful, we can be successful. So we believe in reliability is a core foundation, and as we go into the future, the creativity of finding solutions is the critical factor. As the previous speaker has laid the scene of a variety of options, and globally, I'll come to the conclusion how do we innovate as a leader and accelerate the transport future as a brand. Now, I used to think 10 years ago, I used to go to presentations and the guest speaker was a futurist on this and a futurist on that. But in the last 2 days, we're all standing here as futurists anyway, trying to understand what we're going to do about that, and scratching our heads. So let me give you some insight here. There's a little bit of overlap, not intentionally, but it just happened. You know, the dawn of Isuzu into the next 100 years, 20% of the world's CO2 comes from the transport sector globally, okay? And if we can just sort out the energy and provide cleaner energy to the transport sector, that net zero is not that far off, and it's not such an ideal, it's not achievable. And that's our view, but it's going to take a bit of time and a solid plan of direction. So in this new dawn, we've got to create hope and you've got to create progress along the way. But at the same time, I've mentioned earlier, our philosophy is being a societal brand, and everything comes back to, and I'll talk ESG a little later, societal brand. As we move into the future, how does society benefit from that? And then we've accomplished some moral ground and the future in that. So since Japan, created a technology that we've used for the last 100 years, more recently our products have a different role to play in different global environments, continents. Africa is a very different challenge, as I say, to the rest of the world. Not only South Africa are we decades behind in policy on this, and at the moment, by the way, we don't have a policy about what we're talking about in this country. It's just this week we had a meeting with the Minister of Finance and Trade and Industry. We need a policy, otherwise we can't actually get consensus and like-mindedness around how do we navigate into the future. And the previous presentation will remain a maze of ideas, opportunities, and nothing concrete. So we've got to really get out of the emotions of this business and get to some rational direction and thought. So I've listed here EV, and then at the bottom, I've deleted the word V, okay? My previous speaker and myself will differ on a couple of issues outside of this meeting, but reliability, durability, and innovation, irrespective of the E formula. Now, E can be electric, as you've mentioned, and there are a variety of e-fuels that will solve a lot of the issues. Electric, my personal opinion, end to end, there are far too many unanswered questions. What you do with those vehicles in the future, how you dispose of waste, and at the same time, as long as we're producing electricity out of carbon, what is the point we're trying to actually solve here, particularly in this country? So we need to be a little bit broader in our solutions. So in Japan, we've got these electric 3-4 ton vehicles running around, small distribution, less than 200 kilometers a day. And I guess letting the cat out the bag amongst most places in the world, EV is proving to be extremely challenging. It's not so easy as just pitch up an electric vehicle, plug it in and off you go. Imagine in 10 years' time, we've got 80% of our fleet in this country on EV. What are the institutions done about skilling people, training technicians that have to become electricians? The curriculums at universities that train engineers, where are the professors, where are the lecturers that are going to train this technology? This is not a quick fix. It comes with a lot of consequences, a lot of planning, and a lot of deliberate, as I said, rational thought in the planning for any technology to be successful. So I believe there's far too much emotion in this, and we need to be more rational in the thought of how we approach this. We've already introduced CNG trucks in Johannesburg, and our role in society is the presentation before us is a customer. We've got hundreds of thousands of customers that each have their own requirements in how they run their businesses, whether you're delivering bread, commodities, door-to-door, courier, they're all going to have their requirements all long haul. And as a brand, we need to find multitude of solutions, but at the same time, scale. You have to build scale somewhere. Otherwise, none of this is going to be affordable. So to build scale, you've got to pick your course and you've got to go down it. And I'll, in my last two slides, just summing up as I see it on one page what the strategy around this is. And CNG, all these models leads into ESG that I'll get onto now. So CNG, it's a customer solution because they've, as you know, if we're not blowing it up in the middle of town in Johannesburg, under the main streets, we have a lot of CNG. We've got Egoli gas. It's available. It's there. It's been there for many years. So naturally using CNG as the next level of efficiency on this road to a future. These businesses particularly have the infrastructure. They run the ovens, their furnaces, whatever they do on CNG. So to use that in their vehicles, there's a sustainable solution to that. So that's part of one of the solutions. Telematics, the need for data to manage the future efficiently, effectively, if you're going to make the impact on carbon footprints. There was a nice slide there of all the things you can do in the controllables. You can reduce a lot of that while we were on the journey, and things like data, the telematics side is still something that's very small and not used other than maybe the more sophisticated customers, and we've got to get a lot more people to use it more efficiently and easily to make a difference as part of an overall menu of things. So the Isuzu strategy globally is for each market, country, continent to choose its future. Choosing the future for Africa is our challenge, is what are we going to choose? Which of these, you've mentioned 7, as we go further, there'll be more technologies that will create scale in, let's call it Southern Africa, that will allow us to create scale, affordability, and a solution. Electric will be part of that, but it could be part of a small portion of that, because in the transport industry, we need range and we need scale on that front as well. And we can get into that on a different day. So choosing the future, whether Australia go this way, Europe go that way, Asia and Africa go that way. Isuzu has, at this point in time, 7 to 8 different technologies we've developed. There are joint development, agreements with a lot of automotive players, Volvo being one of them, amongst others. And that'll be part of the suite we have to choose our future. So we're striving to bring innovation to the world of transport. As I say, it comes down to choosing your future in your environment that focus on carbon neutral. So most definitely I will be retired and watching the progress by 2050. But at the same time, we're playing an integral role now in charting what we need to do by 2030, 2040, and 2050 in our business plans, our investments, and how we get there. So the Isuzu modular architecture component, that's the success of our products. We're a very modular type vehicle in its architecture, how we assemble these vehicles for different territories and combine the best technologies together for a particular product. And in South Africa, we've been the market leader as a brand on trucks for the last 10 years. And that architecture is part of the success factor that we've created. So what sets us apart? Yeah, the fundamental here, Isuzu technology was built on drivetrains. Diesel technology, it was an innovator and developer of that literally 100 years ago, and it's evolving to the next step. So whether you find an Isuzu engine, by the way, you'll find the least prevalence you'll find is in a truck and a bakkie. The most prevalence you'll find in generators, marine engines, yellow equipment, and that's where the majority of the Isuzu technology lies. So the solution of drivetrains and the future isn't just confined to the transport industry. It relates, you know, how do we power boats? How do we power yellow equipment going forward? So that's the extent of choosing the future. The relevant industries will all have to choose some combination of technology to continue them. So safety, the driving experience, styling, all of that, those type of things are continuous. You just package them into the IMAC, as I said earlier. So e-mobility cannot stand outside of ESG. ESG is the philosophy that drives everything around it, because I've spoken about society, we've spoken about the environment, and the last 2 days and all the negativity we talk, the lack of governance, the lack of integrity in our environment, never mind the world, leads into this, let's call it a hot button of ESG at the moment. So I've spoken about a lot of this is just summarizing in a pretty format. Probably what I've spoken about so far is a multitude of things we need to pull together to satisfy a consumer's need at the end of the day. And the consumer is actually driving this more than anyone else. It's not governmental, really. They've had to get on the bandwagon quite quickly globally, but the consumer is what's driving the emotion, I said, and some of the emotion has to translate into rational environment. So a very true saying here, the only thing we know about the future is going to be different. So whatever I said here will change, okay? Whatever the previous speaker said will change, but it's a journey. So in taking the journey, I'm not going to read through any of the slides, but we're already by choice in this market running Euro 5 and adding hydrogen as a supplement to this. It's not carbon neutral, but it's part of helping getting to that next step. CNG is not the most clean way of propelling vehicles, but it's a big step forward in the journey we go into. But it's better than staying static and doing nothing. So just on the ESG, let me just do 3 slides here, and I don't intend reading any of this, but the climate realities, we know it's changing rapidly. You know, we're pretty exposed to that. You spoke about the environmental degradation. The consumers are driving investors' behavior in a different way, and that's what we need to align and get sorted out. So carbon neutrality is the greatest long-term challenge. don't think anyone's debating that. It's just how we get there and how quickly we can get there. So these greenhouse gases, I've mentioned 2050 is there's various definitions of how we get there, but I think what has been learned quite quickly, it's a far bigger challenge than anyone anticipated as we go through it step by step. So the climate realities. Then how do we look at it from an Isuzu perspective of ESG and the positioning? I've mentioned, ESG, it's still this hot button. Very few people really understand it and know what the principles are there. But definitely the millennials and the Gen Zs are really very astute around this, far more than us. I'm a pretty high mileage used car that needs a pretty good paint job at the moment to participate in this world. So we've got to educate ourselves very quickly. We've begun this ESG journey, locally through products and actions. We're gravitating through that, and I'll show you the one slide I talk about. Okay, sorry. And let me go straight into not the product. This is the slide, the second last slide I wanted to talk about. So this progression of a product portfolio, how we look at it, the current, the medium term, the long term. We're in the medium term, or let's call it local production. I've mentioned dual fuel, CNG and Euro 5. Medium is battery electric of some version or hybrid, but the eventual solution by 2050 is going to be a combination of many technologies. And some of them I've just mentioned, the e-fuel, fuel cells, electric vehicles. Somewhere there'll be critical scale. And then if there was time, I would have spent a lot more time on this slide. If you overlay my previous slide just on this, the squiggle in the middle is really the journey. It's going to be all over the show as we get to the end. But we know where we need to get to. But, there's framework, there's regulation, there's a multitude of market dynamics. And that's what we have to navigate to get there. But we've got to do it. So in our philosophy and our strategy as Isuzu, that's what we're going to navigate to achieve the previous slide. And all the other comments I've made, things will change and we'll have to adapt. And if I stand here in a year's time, I'm sure we'll have a totally different angle. But the common denominator is we've got a choice of what we can do and how we do it and how we play our role in that. Okay. Thanks, Harry. Hopefully I wasn't too long over.
Thank you so much, Craig, for sharing this beautiful journey. I must say I'm proudly myself a Isuzu owner. So what a great brand, and thank you. It's such an important journey, and we're learning a lot from the people from the ground. So thank you to Isuzu, and I'm quite sure they're going to look forward to engaging with you in a panel discussion. Ladies and gents, I'm bringing up our program. All right, so we're achieving now a very important portion of our program, and that's the comfort break. So, but after the comfort break, let's have a look what's going to happen. We're going to have smart parking solutions and the EV journey of Golden Arrow Bus Services. We've got the implementation of Safer Stops, a smart trucking initiative from Nikki Scott. We've got global standards and mobility from Oliver Naidu, and we're going to have a roundup and then a questions and answer session. What I haven't mentioned, there's also going to be a lucky draw at the end of this event. That very nice blender standing there, you might be the lucky winner of that blender. So that's another carrot besides our good presentations to stay till the end. And then also a very nice networking lunch sponsored by Standard Bank at the end. So don't leave us, stay here. And we look forward to seeing you in, how much time do we have? It's about the 15 minutes break. So let's see you back here at 11:40. Thank you very much. Right, let's take up our seats and commence with our meeting. Okay, ladies and gents, let's start with our meeting. Guys, we really need to start. We're running well out of time. Craig, you guys. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gents, looking at our program again, we still busy with smart city and mobility. Jan, can we have our program there, please? Thank you. Right, smart city and mobility, still the 31st of August 2023. And all right, so we just had a small change in the program. Nikki Scott's got a challenge. She asked whether she can do a presentation now. So we're swapping Gerard and Nikki around. So we're going to have first Nikki and then Gideon and then Gerard and then Oliver. So that's the sequence. So Nikki, you're welcome then. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the Safer Stops Association. She's going to talk about the implementation of a Safer Stops, a smart trucking initiative. Thank you, Nikki. You can share your screen and start with your presentation. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you so much. And am I audible? And can you see me clearly?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Craig, you have not aged a day. You're looking amazing. AK, always as handsome as ever, and lovely to see you all again, guys. I wish I was down there. Share my screen. And let's go to this one. So, slideshow. So guys, I'm going to be talking to you very briefly this morning, it's afternoon already, almost, about something more emotional. We've had a very technical morning with some really interesting ideas and concepts, but this is not an idea or a concept, this is reality. And that is the fact that our truck drivers, who we desperately need to stay well, to be healthy, we need them in terms of the current transport landscape, because we know rail is not servicing the transport sector, specifically the freight environment, the way it should. So what do we do to address the real challenges that we are seeing on the ground around driver health and wellness? And as many of you know, I started a project in 2021, which carries on until 2025, around the development of 1,200 women for the transport sector across the entire ecosystem, from truck and bus drivers through to entrepreneurs. And in order to give everyone in that ecosystem the sanity that they need, we realized that we had to look at the truck stops, not just so that we can get more women onto the roads, but because the truck stops don't serve truck drivers anymore. We haven't seen any real new truck stops go up for a while now, but they have, and to say that there have been some improvements on the N3, there's a couple of truck stops that are really nice. But on the N1, the N2, the N4, we need to do some work. So Safer Stops is a new association. Let me just take that out the way. There we go. It's a new association. It's a non-profit company, and it's leading the implementation of the only private-public partnership that is going to benchmark and establish a national framework for high-quality truck stops and rest stops. And honestly, when you get to the end of this, you'll agree with me. It is one of the most beautiful ESG initiatives. And I agree with Craig. It's really quite gray what constitutes ESG other than what we know. But this is truly one of them because it ticks so many of the boxes. Currently, both the WeWood program that we run, which is, as I mentioned, the Women Inspiring Women in Transport, as well as Safer Stops, is aligned to 8 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, everything we've spoken about today, whether it be the 2050 zero emissions, whether it be the 2030 goals, all of this speaks to the fact that we need happier and healthier societies. And we can only achieve this if we start to look at these broad guidelines around the SDGs. You know, everyone says, well, how does improving the life of a truck driver deal with these? Well, I think it's quite obvious if you just read them. But one of the big ones for me is the no poverty. You know, a truck driver, the average truck driver enters the industry with a matric somewhere around age 23. They would go on a learnership, possibly an NQF4 learnership through CETA, and based on their technical abilities and the ability to actually handle their vehicle safely, they would enter the industry. And again, depending on the job that they landed, they would probably enter into the extra heavy and secure a bargaining council basic, depending again on the sector, but it's around 14,500 plus benefits. If we take women with that same qualification, they'll be lucky if they enter the industry between 8 and 9,000, and that's high. You're probably looking more in the region between 4 and 6, because they wouldn't be entering as a truck driver. They'd be entering as a cleaner or one of the lower level jobs. And I think that this is what really, you know, sparked my interest after having concluded my dissertation in 2019 as to why weren't we getting more women into the industry? What did we need to do to overcome that? And everything that I will talk to you about today is not just to overcome the issues that women face access in the industry, but the issues that are within the industry that we at some level are choosing to ignore because there are so many other pertinent issues that are driving focus away from the human factor of driving. Now, what we're seeing with the women that we're developing is that many of the women coming into the industry to be truck drivers have either got a partial degree because they couldn't afford to see that degree through, or they at least have a diploma. So their education levels are higher than that of men that have gone into the industry. If we can get more women driving trucks, and we know that the safety standards, all the data speaks to why they should be there, we can address this very first one, which is no poverty. More than 63% of our youth, and specifically women, are unemployed. But we also know we have a shortage of skilled truck drivers, not just truck drivers, skilled truck drivers. So I'm asking everyone that is listening in today to start to consider why you would not get behind the programs that are being delivered by the CTA, both in terms of the Safer Stops and WeWit, which is Women Inspiring Women in Transport. So coming back to what today's conversation was about, the vision of Safer Stops is really a future where every journey is a safer journey for all road users. We have seen so much in the media recently of the accidents and the carnage that happens around that. And sometimes it's not human, sometimes it's environmental. I believe that by addressing the truck stops, we can start to address the damage that we're seeing and the cost to our economy. So when we thought about the logo, and I think this is quite strange, most people don't talk about their logos, but this one is really important to me because the Safer Stops logo is made up of three components. First of all, the road element on your right basically represents the physical road that our drivers traverse, but also the journey that Safer Stops and all the stakeholders are embarking on to achieve a common goal. We also wanted to incorporate all the elements of the SDG goals because it underpins any ESG initiative, and more than that, it is the right thing to do. But down on the left-hand side, you'll see the two hands embracing, one clearly more masculine than the other. And the purpose of that is that we honestly believe that we need men to pull women up into this industry with them. We need their support. And their acceptance. And while this is happening, guys, you'll be amazed at how quickly the men have embraced women into the industry. It's not just the truck drivers. Everyone worries, oh hell, what are the truck drivers going to do? Are they going to be offended? Are they, in cases of sexual harassment, going to increase? That's not where the challenge is. The challenge sits with the mindset of the operators that are not changing their HR policies to incorporate women because it's just too difficult for them. And I'm going to say it as it is. The challenge is with the operators right now. Everyone speaks like they want to make those changes. We want to employ women, but when it comes down to the final day to tick the box and offer the actual offer of employment, it doesn't happen. And 2.5 years into this conversation, I'm so frustrated by the fact that we just can't move over the edge of the fact that we only have about 1.5% of women working in the industry as truck drivers. Now, the bus industry is doing really well. GAB's coming up just now. They've done an incredible job at empowering women, but the freight industry, the courier industry needs a lot more work. So let's have a look at this slide. Why did we want to develop the truck stops? Well, there's 4 areas. These are our 4 objectives and our 4 whys of why we believe Safer Stops is so important. I just want to iterate here that we're not looking to build a whole lot of new truck stops. That's not the idea. The idea is to look at the existing infrastructure in South Africa and to audit this. So we would want to be able to set a baseline and then possibly have 3 or 4 tiers. We're busy discussing this at the moment. And we can't just have a baseline, of a truck stop that has all the infrastructure. And I'll mention that shortly. We'll have to look at them both, on the main routes, the inter-provincial routes, as well as in the cities themselves, the suburban areas. So we are rating like for like truck stops. And our idea is, number one, we want to identify and implement solutions that address the needs of the driver's physical, emotional, and mental wellness. We want to look at the truck stops becoming profitable business units. It's no good bringing all of this in and the truck stops don't generate enough revenue so that they can continue to invest in infrastructure. And one of the reasons why we are seeing that, because the truck stops have become such unsafe places to sleep at or to stop over, many of the transporters push through, or they use their own infrastructure. So we need to address this for the truck stops. One hand obviously supports the other. In terms of the operators, risk reduction is key. They need to know that where their trucks are stopping for the night, there is ample security, their drivers are going to be taken care of, their assets on those vehicles are safe, and their vehicles are safeguarded. They aren't going to be stripped while the drivers sleep with one eye open. And this is very prominent in the taut lining industry. You know, we actually see some access points into the truck stops where the gangs will stand on either side of the entrance and slit the sides of the sails, specifically those sails that haven't been reinforced, to see what's inside the vehicles or on the trailers. The other thing we're also seeing is truck stops allowing sex workers into the premises, and those sex workers are actually the communication channel to the gangs that operate on the highways, and these mafias. They will inform by means of the driver ignorantly speaking about where he's going and what he's delivering, or she. We don't know about she yet, but we know about he. Then this information is passed on. But we're also wanting to address the need of all the stakeholders, and the stakeholders here are huge. You know, it's the insurance underwriters that are suffering these losses and continual losses while the drivers stop and sleep for the night. And that can either be cargo or it's the physical asset. We're looking at government, who is currently working on a truck stop infrastructure. They've got a 1-year study that will be awarded at some point, which we hope to participate in with Pegasus and other stakeholders. We have Provident Fund underwriters, and the list goes on and on and on. But I think one of the big stakeholders here is definitely government, as well as the insurance underwriters and medical facilities. So there are 5 pillars that make up the safer stops. As I've mentioned very briefly, the first one is health and wellness. Anyone that has done a long journey, I would say 600 kilometers and more, by the time you get to the end of that trip, your body is actually vibrating. It's from the road, it's from the driving conditions, it's from the stress of being continually alert for all of those hours, probably swearing at the guys that overtook you, you know, the nerves of the vehicle coming at you and, you know, taking too long to get back in their lane. All of those issues just drain your physical and your mental energy. And when our drivers get to the truck stops, very few truck stops actually have facilities for them to settle into, meaning they can get out of their truck, go and have a decent shower, which is many truck stops don't have. Do you know, guys, up until August last year, there were only 3 truck stops in the country that had bathroom facilities for women. Now, we're a forward-thinking country. You know, we have 4 statutes that support women. We have a BE codes that drive employment equity and diversity, and yet we still can't make it possible. So this is something that we are really forced to do now, to look at it. So driver health and wellness is the physical, emotional, and mental well-being. We know our drivers are being challenged and are really finding it difficult to deal with health issues, like diabetes, hypertension, and sitting in their vehicles for a prolonged period of time. We were not meant to sit the amount of hours we sit. So their spine actually starts to compact. These drivers end up with a tremendous amount of pressure, tension in their shoulders and their skeletal systems. All that we're asking for is that the drivers can have a safe place, a comfortable lounge to sit in, where they can put their feet up and read a magazine, watch TV, watch the soccer, catch up on the latest news. We want to have gym equipment. Now, Cape Town is blessed to have all these beautiful pieces of gym equipment in the parks, and you're basically working against your own body weight, but it's stretching more than anything else. That's all the drivers need. We're not talking about building muscles, but if the drivers were able to build their lats, so the upper part of their body and their shoulders, so they can keep their core strong, they would have a better life, honestly, behind the wheel. Their physical well-being, here we're looking at food. You know, when I did my research and drove around to all the truck stops 2 or 3 months ago, I was blown away by how shocking the food actually is for the drivers. It's fried food. It's the same food over and over again. And many of the drivers will carry a little one-pot cooker with them, and they will try and cook in the trucks, which is kind of dangerous. It's gas. Many of the truck stops won't allow them to do that. So they don't want them to come and use the parking facilities if they aren't going to put in diesel and use the infrastructure. So there's a lot of education around that. Some of the truck stops even charge the drivers for a cup of water. Now, the drivers, so that they can make their own tea from their vehicles, the drivers speak about the fact that they live nicely in the first 2 weeks of the month, and by the time they get to week 4.2 of the month, they're really eating very little and eating the bare essentials. So we need to look at the physical, emotional well-being. We need to have clinics, mobile clinics, and not just any clinic. We need to have clinics that can prescribe medication. I want our drivers to pick up their chronic medication at the truck stops. They shouldn't need to go into town to do that. So in terms of the infrastructure, we want to audit the truck stops that they have safe parking, that the parking facilities are not mud holes or dustpans. We want them to be able to go into a bathroom where they can shower and then step out into a dry space that's still enclosed. I mean, this is basic human dignity, where you can step out and still be private and dry your body off and put some clothes on. Most truck stops, it's only a little cubicle where the drivers have to put their dry clothing, all of their cosmetics, or shower, whatever they're using, soaps, it's all in the same space, or they step into the actual bathroom naked in front of where everybody has access to them. So we're saying, doors is actually quite something for truck stops. Many truck stops don't even have doors on their bathrooms. The toilets are broken, they're not maintained. One truck stop on the N3 takes the keys from the driver. They allow them to go use the bathroom facilities. They go and inspect the facilities, and then they give the driver back his or her keys as a mechanism to try and maintain the infrastructure. Do what we need to do, but give the drivers that basic infrastructure. We also know that if we can improve the security at these truck stops, the insurance companies will start to pass the necessary concessions on underwriting. Driver development, everything we're talking about today will be will be driven by a app. So we want to be able to get drivers out of the classroom and into training in their cabs. In order to do that, we realize that many of the truck stops do not have access to Wi-Fi or free Wi-Fi at that, and it's not stable. Vodacom has come on board and offered to put in free Wi-Fi into the truck stop so that our truck drivers can remain connected to their families, but can also be able to do the training. And we will look at taking occupations, breaking them down into bite-sized pieces so that our drivers can experience the joy of upward mobility and being able to grow from being a truck driver into something else within the industry. There are so many careers that are available to them. Public awareness campaigns. We're looking for any bright marketing minds in the room. We're really looking for a way that we can acknowledge drivers. So when we drive past them, it might be the hazard lights, it might be some other way. We don't want to hoot at them because they've been hooted at so often, but some way of recognizing them, that we see them, we thank them, and we support them. This is basically the message we want to get across to them, that it's coming now into the peak season when the drivers work even harder. We have to do more to help the drivers. There's also going to be campaigns where at the various truck stops, we're coming into obviously Truckers Month and Transport Month, where we want to run campaigns at the truck stops with various stakeholders, where again, using the app, which is both a fintech app and an education tool, the drivers will be able to know where all of these events are happening and pull in and come and hear what's being spoken about and what's going to be given out to them. We will also use the app to notify drivers of issues on the road, if there is any industrial action, community issues, accidents that might delay their route. So all of that is the reason why we want to have an app that will service them. And then research. Craig, you spoke about your new Euro 5 vehicles. I think what we're really wanting to do is to be able to assist the OEs in being able to give them feedback on their vehicles. A while back, I was in the industry talking about the fact that some of the big 6x4s, the way the safety belt is positioned, it's actually very awkward for women to be pulled over their chest. Obvious reasons. I don't need to say that to you. We're also finding that some of the women are really short and they struggle to climb into the vehicles. I had a lady that I developed down in Cape Town. She must be about 5'3". She was tiny. She could not reach the pedals on the floor on the vehicle that she was driving because the seats did not move close enough to the dash. Now, I'm not saying she would have to sit on the steering wheel, but that's the kind of thing we have to be more aware of this. So research, and that's just the simple research around the actual design of vehicles, but we're looking to see what infrastructure do truck drivers really want at a truck stop. What do they need? What are they using? And if they go use the gym, we want to be able to get them to tag that they've used the gym. If they've seen the sister, they will get tag that in, and every time they have tagged in one of the tools that they have used, one of the resources, they will be rewarded financially or with points that they can use on the app by means of possibly buying their child a wonderful gift, a birthday gift, through Take-A-Lot. They could buy electricity or airtime, sponsor airtime for family. This is all the stages we are busy working with at the moment. So I don't have much more to say because I promised I would only speak about Safer Stops and not go into my other businesses that all support this and underpin this. But I'd like to ask everyone in the room, get involved. So our biggest sponsor for Safer Stops is USAID. Obviously, my driver program, the driver development program that we have is sponsored by USAID. So we are using the next 8 months of finance from the US to make sure that we deliver on some of the goals of Safer Stops that we've now started to communicate in the industry. And once we've achieved that, then we will talk about membership fees, and these will obviously be market-related membership fees. Safer Stops is busy being converted into an NPO so we can get a Section 18A for donations. And we are also looking at how we can work within the BE codes because we know the beneficiaries are 80% and more previously disadvantaged individuals. So this is definitely something that we'll come back to you on. But go find Safer Stops on LinkedIn. Go find me on LinkedIn. It's now Nikki Scott Anderson. Follow us. Follow the Commercial Transport Academy. Have a voice. Become part of the steering committee. Those 5 pillars, we need people in every area of those pillars so that they can start to participate and bring value into the association. Support our initiatives in the program. So when we're running those roadside days with the RMTC, with government, with private stakeholders, get involved. Enroll your drivers. You know, there's tremendous value for the operators if their drivers are members of the association because of the communication tools, because of the reward system. Hollard is doing some amazing things with the CTA and Safer Stops to drive a financial reward system for the drivers. So it makes sense. But more than that, we're looking to all Safer Stop members, so this will be the drivers themselves. We want to bring in a campaign where we can pay it forward. So the meals, and I'll show you, I'll have to go out of this presentation just for 1 second, Harry, to show you a picture of a couple of the meals that Engine has been working on. They are stunning, balanced, tasty meals. We actually got to eat them at the Safer Stops first steering committee meeting that took place on Monday. Instead of ordering out, we brought the drivers' food in and we were totally amazed. So the drivers will get pay it forward meals. So when you buy one, you get one free for the drivers. We're wanting to bring in pay it forward cups of coffee, and there'll be quite a few initiatives there. So supporting with funding, ESG's funding, I think it makes perfect sense. And then, as I said, brand awareness. So the steering committee is currently made up of the following brands. That you can see there's individuals from each of these brands. We will be expanding upon this. So we've got people in here representing medical, health and wellness. We've got people representing education, insurance. Michelin is doing a lot of work with me at the moment, creating awareness around DEI, or just gender, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the transport sector. We obviously have Catherine Larkin driving our social media campaigns and so on. At the launch, the brands that you're seeing on the screen were the companies that actually came to the launch that all pledged their support for Safer Stops. So I'm like, you know what, guys, everyone should be part of this, because that one right in the middle, the Foundation for Human Rights, in so many ways and in so many organizations, drivers have been dehumanized. They work 28 days plus. They're consuming non-nutritious meals. They are driving until the point of absolute fatigue and exhaustion. And some of them have been exposed to some of the worst violence, and, you know, whether that's been attacks on them, some of the stuff they've seen on the road. And this is actually driving issues with GBV in the home front. So I ask everyone within your networks, have a look at what we are looking to achieve, have a look at what we stand for, because I don't believe there is another initiative that is as important right now than the Safer Stops initiative, to humanize our drivers, to give them what they need so that they can once again feel the support of industry, government, and society. So before, I just want to stop sharing there. I just want to just show you quickly here. Can you see that, everyone? I hope you can. This is my LinkedIn, my...
No, we only see you, Nikki.
Okay, let me just share again. Share screen, let's try that. And here we go. Okay, so these were some of the, can you see that now, Harry?
Yes.
These are some of the meals that we tried this Monday. So the company that is going to be making these meals is based here in, actually I'm back in Cape Town already. I'm so lost. I've been traveling for 2.5 weeks. So this is based in Johannesburg, a company in Edenvale. They are a supplier for some of the airlines. They were first class, the meals on first class, as well as Woolworths. There's a whole lot. McCain is one of their big customers as well. So they did combinations, 500-gram meals with 5 food groups. So it's a protein. The carbohydrate is either mash, rice, or pap, or samp. And then this is one has got like a chakalaka bean, which was actually really delicious. Look at the color of the vegetables, guys. And these vegetables are frozen. It's a cryogenic freezing solution that when the meal defrosts, it reconstitutes back to its original form. So this is rice and short rib with medallions of vegetables. This was a light chicken curry. And there's basically 16 different choices that were presented. That's boerewors, pumpkin sauce, and that was a beef stew. So this company meets all the ISO standards, and what we're looking at doing is rolling out these meals at the engines, first of all. We have chosen to work with Engine as a pilot, purely because they have budget for 2, maybe 3 truck stops that they will be looking at bringing up to the standard. So the first thing that my team and I will be doing is going out and creating this benchmark through research to get the layering of these truck stops, what constitutes a tier 1, a tier 2, a tier 3 truck stop. So the one might be very basic, and the others will have all the bells and whistles and the comforts. At the end of the day, we are talking to SANES right now. SANES, SABS. I want the Safer Stops logo to become a quality symbol for the truck stops in South Africa. So if you have that logo on your truck stop, it basically means, depending on the tiering again, number 1, that you are a Hollard approved truck stop. So you will get a financial benefit both in premiums as well as being partially funded for or compensated for parking overnight. But also that we can actually roll this out up into the continent. And I'm actually speaking in Japan in November this year. One of the OEs has invited me out to talk about these partnerships that we have managed to implement to create a more dynamic and safer society in the transport sector. So I see there's 4. Harry, do you want me just to have a look and see if there's any questions that I can answer? I'm not getting sound. Okay.
Nikki,
There's nothing.
we're actually running out of time.
I'm done.
So should there be questions, we will actually direct them to you by email or so. But
Perfect.
thank you so much for this great presentation. I think it's setting a good example for enriching people's lives and together stakeholder value, and obviously those two can't be in isolation. And you're doing a great job in just doing this. So we're looking forward to seeing more safer stop signs all over the world. And thank you so much for sharing. I think you won't mind if I tell them that Safer Stop is actually in the process of signing up as a formal alliance to the Transport Forum as well. So we're looking forward to be working with you. Thank you very much, Nikki. Really
And thank you for accommodating me on an earlier slot. Take good care, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Nikki. Take care. Right, ladies and gents, what a great presentation. What a great initiative. Thank you, Nikki, for this presentation. As we told you, we've swapped Gerard and Nikki around. So we're going to have Gideon now, and thereafter then Gerard and Oliver. So our next presenter now, in other words, is Mr. Gideon Meethling. He's the company engineer of Golden Arrow Bus Services, and he's going to talk to us about the Golden Arrow Bus Services EV journey. Thank you, Gideon.
Everything showing.
Perfect, Gideon. Thank
Harry?
you.
All right.
Perfect. Can you switch on your camera? Is it on?
I think it is on. Yes, it is on. All right. It's as usual. It's a huge privilege for me to be with you this morning. It's a similar story to, and I apologize for the people that's heard the Golden Arrow story before, but there's updated bits in there. So we'll touch on a few new things in there. It's got a bit I want to get through, so I'm going to go straight into it. Just a bit of high-level information about Golden Arrow. We operate in Cape Town, say 60 kilometers, 70 kilometer radius around Cape Town, 162 years old. We run a big fleet. We've got a big staff complement, and we travel, give or take, 65 million kilometers a year. And for that, we use 25 million liters of diesel. And there, just to touch on what AK said earlier, every year we measure our carbon footprint, and we concentrate that we use the data to actually measure our performance and not our opinion. So every year our carbon footprint gets smaller. And part of what I'm talking about today is our plan to really reduce our carbon footprint quite a bit. Just for for the city of Durban, in 2015, somebody from Durban with the other cities signed the C40s agreement. And in there, they said that from 2026, they'll only buy zero emission vehicles. 2026 is really close. And I think there's big pressure if we want to keep to our word and not just renege. We take a different view to Isuzu about the dirty electricity argument. We think it's substantially better to use locally produced dirty electricity than importing dirty fuel into South Africa. There's a number of benefits there, one of them being the forex that we will save. And if we wait for green energy, we might never take the first step. So our view is as stated on the slide. Then just to start with electric vehicles, one of the things one must look at, there's no subsidies in South Africa to go green. And AK touched on actually some punitive measures. But so for us, the first step that we look at is it's a commercial solution. And once you've ticked that box, then of course, we're going to go as green as possible because there's a number of benefits there. Number one, it reduces your cost and it reduces your carbon footprint. But step one is really important unless you unless you're supported by people and you're not a commercial entity. Just a bit of high-level results. So we've done more than 100,000 kilometers of testing, and our results is our 37-seater buses, just over 1 kilowatt hour per kilometer. And then the real focus, our 65-seater, what we refer to as the Golden Arrow specification vehicle, 1.1 kilowatt hours per kilometer. That's probably the most important figure in for anybody to remember. If we look at what's the potential savings when we look at an electric vehicle, or in our case, the bus. If we look at energy, we see a 70% reduction in our energy costs. And that's based on our diesel price till June 2023. Some people that have seen this, this presentation before would say, hang on, you mentioned bigger figures there. It's a fluctuating figure. It depends on what the diesel price is. So it'll go up and down the whole time. Spare parts, all estimates. The top one is measured figures. And the old cliche that I use, we off the spreadsheet and we're on tar. It's a real figure. Spare parts estimates, we say minus 50, oil minus 80. People laugh at me. They say Golden Arrow is extremely conservative. It should be more. But those are the figures that we're using in our calculations at the moment. Tires, no impact. One must be careful there. If you haven't got what we refer to as controlled acceleration, then your tires will probably be more because the acceleration on these vehicles are absolutely fabulous, absolutely horrible for tire wear. So we will need some controlled acceleration program to make sure that we can control the behavior of the driver. Then labor, it's a really contentious issue. We see a 30% reduction in labor, and that's in the Golden Arrow environment. We do all our maintenance ourselves. Body shop will stay the same. The electrical shop and the mechanical shop will probably halve. We put that all in one big pot. We end up at minus 30%. So what we are doing preemptive, and that's some of the comments earlier on, where's the skills going to come from and what's going to happen to the current labor. So we have started, we've introduced what we refer to as a 2-star artisan program. When our apprentices finish their first apprenticeship, and our first group of 20 is really close to their trade test right now. So we took a group of diesel mechanics and we took a group of auto electricians and we trained them on the other, in the other trade. So once they're done, they will have 2 certificates, and really lack of creativity on our side is a big red star on the artisan certificate. So the artisans of the future at Golden Arrow will have paperwork with 2 stars on them. And that's the route we want to go. Next step for us is in the body shops, we'll train them both as a vehicle bodybuilder and as a spray painter. And that's where we, and overall, and again, this is opinions. There's no data behind this, but the overall jobs, we still think it's going to be all right because there's going to be so many jobs required to build the wind farms and the solar farms and the maintenance that we think it will be all right. But yes, we are proactive in that. What I'm showing on this slide is that the red line on the graph is what we refer to as our peak profile. So we take people to work in the morning and we take them home in the afternoon. That's the 2 peaks. And in the middle of the day, give or take 35% of our vehicles are operational. It is a terrible asset utilization graph, but it plays into electric vehicles because it gives you charging opportunities. And at the top, we say that's where we want to end up, that early in the morning and late in the evening, we want to use off-peak tariffs and we want to use wind to be as green as possible. In the middle of the day, solar, charging and wind. And we will work towards to see how we can maximize the renewables. When you start with your journey, and you have to link your operating profile to your potential load and potential load shedding, and then work towards your charging profile and your demand for electricity. So the scenarios that we've looked at is if there's no load shedding, what do we need? And then we look at between 2 and 8 hours of load shedding. After 8 hours, at the moment, we ignore that, but it is really possible. It's really easy to actually simulate that with the work that we've done so far. And then a third one that actually came in, we had a group of Eskom here, and they are looking at what will happen if we only charge in the really off-peak tariffs, because believe it or not, there might be in the near future certain hours at night where we'll have an oversupply of electricity. So we are just looking at that for if that scenario becomes a reality. And then you take all these scenarios and you say, hang on, what's the maximum supply that I need, kilowatts? And what's the number of chargers that we're going to need? Because that's going to have an influence on your capital spend. So to look at the operating profile, where we started is that, and this is our biggest depot, there's just short of 500 buses in that depot. And we had a look at how many buses, what percentage of our fleet travel what kilometers per weekday. And what this shows is if you look at the top graph of the 3% of our vehicles are the ones that's in maintenance. And that one means it's between 0 kilometers and 1 kilometer. What percentage of your fleet do not travel? There is 3%. So below 100, there is 3% of vehicles. So we've got a small portion of our fleet that travel less than 100 kilometers a day. So you go up with that. And then if you get to the 250 kilometer range, if you add all the percentages up, the 3, 3, 6, 30, and 36, I think the answer is 78. So just short of 80% of the fleet in this specific depot travel less than 250 kilometers a day. And just remember the previous 2 slides ago, we've got 2 charging opportunities because of the way that we operate. So that gives us real maneuverability of what we can do. Then if you transform the top graph to the bottom graph, all that tells you is that 78% of the Golden Arrow fleet at this specific depot needs less than 3 hours in front of a charger. And that really helps you to now plan your charging profile. So I'm going to touch on it probably a few times today. You need to understand your operating profile. What I'm showing in this graph is same depot. If we've got no load shedding, then there's 24 bars in this graph that represents the 24 hours of the day. And you're looking for the maximum in there. And this comes back from time of buses inside the depot, and you know what kilometers you travel. So then you can calculate how many kilowatt hours do you have to put back into the batteries. So based on vehicles inside depot, this is the demand profile that we will have at our biggest depot if there's no load shedding. What that means is once you've calculated your total kilometers, you've converted that to kilowatt hours, you know that, or we know that 7.4% of whatever that answer is, we need to be able to bring 7.4% of that through the wall at our area depot in 1 hour. So that's just a starting point. to work towards your size of your supply. So if there's no load shedding, what this matrix shows is that, and the reason why the first three columns are 60 buses, we buy 60 buses a year. So we just had a look, what will happen in the first 3 years at this specific depot, and then on the right-hand side, what will happen if the whole fleet's electric. So if you've got 60 buses, no load shedding, you need 13,200 kilowatt hours per day. That's a supply of 1,500 kVA. We need 15 chargers. And it builds up to, if the whole depot is electric, we need 95 chargers. And I'll show you why this is important in a little bit. So what happens with load shedding? So you can do a really complicated plan and all that. But what it really boils down to is that if we're on stage 2 and we're going to lose 2 hours of supply, you just get rid of the 2 biggest hours of supply that you want, and the rest of the 22 hours that's remaining now needs to bring in all the electricity that you require. So that's 7.4% of total electricity that we needed to bring into the depot per hour when there's no load shedding. Now goes up to 8.7. So all of that means you're going to need more chargers and you're going to need more supply. There's some capital spend required. We've done this for all the load sheds. If we lose 8 hours, we take away the 8 biggest hours of bus available to be charged. This is what we end up. So your 7.4% supply now goes up to 15. So you're going to double up. But then the Eskom visit, there's another scenario. So it's if we don't charge at all in the day and you charge everything at night, then you need 14%. So in here, somewhere in between, it's going to be a mix of one of these scenarios, but you have to plan for the worst case scenario that you envisage. So everything that I've said up till now, if you look at the supply that we require, what this graph shows us is that on the left-hand side, if we've got no load shedding at our Arrowgate depot, we're going to need, for the total fleet to be electric, we're going to need 9,500 kVA supply. Now, as the load shedding, as you move towards the right, as the load shedding goes up, that supply goes up to 21,000 kVA, and that's a chunky figure. The beauty of being in Cape Town with a progressive municipality, we're in close contact with the electricity department of the city of Cape Town, and we've showed them all these figures. And they told us that we should not be so arrogant. There's other people that they are supplying that's much bigger than us. The data centers in Cape Town broke the ice. Their request to us was, show us 5 years in advance what you want, and then we can work together to sort out the infrastructure and all the other challenges that people at the moment think is a total block. It's miles away from a total block. It's a challenge that if you know that it's there, you can actually fix it. So that's just to show your supply that you'll require to cover the different scenarios from zero load shedding to if you only charge in the middle of the night. Then chargers. On the matrix a few slides ago, I showed we need 95 chargers if you've got no load shedding. But to get all the electricity with that supply into the buses, your chargers will vary depending on which scenario you're going to back. It can go up to 210 chargers, same depot. So it's going to be, that's quite a chunky additional capital that you will have to spend. Our view is that if the rates in the middle of the night is beneficial, it might be worth spending all the capital and charging at the low rates. when we look at battery sizes and range anxiety, it's usually overrated. People want a huge battery and they've got huge anxiety about range. So again, I go back to what I've said before. You need really accurate figures of your utilization, and it is hours, the time of the day, everything is required. Be really careful to use your gut feel for this. A detailed GPS analysis is what's required. And it is as important to know when you are not using the vehicle that you can go for your charging opportunities. And then if you look at batteries, the answer in your selection of your battery, it is the smallest battery that can provide the service that you need to meet your operating profile. Because if it's smaller, it's serious cost that's gone and it's weight that's gone. Two big enemies for transport. And then just by the way, at the bottom, most people overestimate the utilization of their vehicle. So that's why at the top, we say detailed GPS analysis, be unbelievably careful of opinion. Again, another example of why it's an absolute privilege to be operating under the city of Cape Town or in the city of Cape Town. What this graph shows you is the solar production of the depot where I'm based. We've got solar at a number of our depots. So the way to read this thing is and it's supposed to be, it looks quite pinkish. The pink portion of the graph is where we buy electricity from the city of Cape Town. The blue portion, we're using our own electricity for our own use. And the green portion, we're actually exporting kilowatt hours to the city of Cape Town. Where the big opportunity sits is that green portion, we want to use to charge buses. So that will really, and then you go green, plus the cost is if you export to the city of Cape Town, you get a rebate of R1, and you do your calculations probably these days on a R2.40 kilowatt hour. So there's some margin in there as well. So this is one of the ways that we want to go as green as possible. What we've done at our biggest depot is that the solar portion on the left-hand side of this photo was an old carport that probably at the risk of falling on one or two of the cars. So we replaced the carport with a solar carport, and then we just doubled up on the right-hand side. So there's 3 times the shaded parking than what we used to have in the past. And it is more expensive to do a carport, or your financial return is smaller on a carport than when you do it on the roof, because you have to pay for the structure. But one of my standard sayings that people get bored of is, show me a carport that pays for itself. There's a picture in our minds. It's a little bit unclear still. We still need to figure it out exactly, but we envisage something like that, definitely higher, that the buses can get under. We own 22 hectares in the city of, for our depots. We envisage something like that to cover everything, where as many of the square meters as possible. So once we've done that, really rough calculations is that we should be able to provide somewhere between 10 and 15% of the electricity that we will need one day if we get to a full electric fleet. Our idea is that we want to be part of the solution, not add to the challenges in South Africa. So either we'll invest ourselves or we'll partner with people that will generate electricity, that we make sure that a partner of ours generates slightly more electricity than what Golden Arrow use. The odds of the electron that's being generated going into our buses, 0. I'm always being told never say 0, but that odds is very small. The example on a seriously bigger scale, I drive a small electric car. I use 16 kilowatt hours a day to get to work and back. We've got solar at home, and we generate probably double that amount every day. It's not the electrons that I use to get to work, but I feel quite comfortable that we produce more electrons than what I use for the car. And Golden Arrow wants to do the same. We want to be partners with somebody that we produce more electricity than what we need for our vehicle. Yeah, battery storage, it is still expensive. So it's something that's coming, because if you look at the price escalations of electricity and you look at the way that the progress in storage, it's probably going to come. What we are probably going to do is a relatively expensive test, is to install a big battery at the depot that I just showed you, the carport. Because there's many consultants that show you how you can do peak shaving, and they've got all the theory, but the integration of these things often create a challenge. So we believe that we would like to see something work, and similar to my comment of off the spreadsheet and onto the tar, there's a good chance in the next 6 months that we're going to test a big battery to see how it works and what the real costs are. Conversions of diesel buses to electric. And here I'm going to expand slightly more. The comment about skills in South Africa. We've partnered with the University of Stellenbosch, and there's a number of bursaries for students that work, it's postgraduate engineering students working in the electric mobility field of buses. So we've got 3 or 4 students that's working. And there's Professor Tinus Boyson is our partner at Stellenbosch. So at the moment, we are busy converting one of our old buses to electric. And I'm under a bit of pressure with that late September completion. But mid-October, we believe that we're going to have an electric vehicle on the road. We're going to test it with sandbags. We're not going to put it into service to see if the feasibility works. So we understand and we know that the skills and the knowledge base is really low in this industry. But if you see a problem coming, you can do something about it. And that's what we are doing here. We're playing a proactive role to build up the skills that's required for where we want to go. Then, okay, what are we going to do next? In 2023, we've got board approval for 60 locally built or assembled electric buses. And here, I want to touch on AK's comment about the import taxes. It's on the bus side, it's a delicate situation, and I think we should be slightly careful. If we eliminate the import taxes, then we'll import 60. We'll import the buses. We'll place the order tomorrow. If that keeps on going, the local industry will be seriously hurt, if not more than seriously hurt. So that's a delicate one on the bus side. We want to start to test the electric bus this year still. And then if that test is successful, then we'll address the homologation challenges. So we're going to test it on a permit and without passengers, loaded with sandbags, and then we'll make the next decision of where we want to go with, or if we want to pursue electric conversions. Then 2024, early 2025, that's what we're looking at. We want to start introducing 5 electric buses per month in Cape Town. We buy 5 buses a month for the last 23 years. And we want to change that order to electric vehicles. By December 2025, we need 60 electric buses on the road in South Africa. Often we take a lot of pressure. Why are you so slow? And it is just a frustratingly slow process to get this done, but there is progress. We want to finish the conversion of the feasibility of the converted bus. If that ticks the boxes that we've set, a commercial solution, then there's a chance that there can be a big industry in South Africa to actually convert electric diesel buses to electric. And then the next slide, it's like what's the saying, biting the hand that feeds you. So I'm going to be more polite than what I sometimes am. Green finance. Yeah, I actually, we think that banks should seriously consider when they want to claim, or any financial institutions, when they want to claim green finance, show us the discount. Our opinion is that if there's no discount, you cannot call it green finance. So, Kathy, you can beat me up when you see me again, but this is something that we think needs to be addressed. We worried that some people are getting into greenwashing here. Thank you very much, Harry, and everybody in the meeting.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Indeed, you're getting big applause here. So great with Golden Arrow Bus Services being part of the solution and being a learning organization, and we're all learning from you. So thank you very much for this great presentation. We again learned a lot, and we're looking forward to this great journey and to further learn from you. Thank you, Gideon. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you'll be available with the questions and answers.
Perfect.
Thank you, Gideon. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Right. Ladies and gents, let's look at our program. Right. The next very interesting presentation, and just get there, is Mr. Gerard van Zyl. He's the Group Operations Director for Simutech, and he's going to talk to us about smart parking solutions. Thank you very much, Gerard.
All right. I nearly got the graveyard shift by moving to the session that we've got now. So Harry, you owe me. But I'll try and keep this interesting for you guys. Before I start, and I actually kind of thought, should I or shouldn't I? But we raised the issue, or I asked the question, and it was part of another question that was asked a bit earlier in this morning's session around cleaning up. And listening to all the presentations, the one thing that to me is a common factor in all of this is, where do we fit in our current approach to all of this? It's all nice here to sit and listen to all the electric vehicles, and I've had some nice debates during the break around the electric vehicles and around Arrow Bus Services and the wonderful work they've done. And funny enough, the lady that presented before that, I've been intimately involved with truck stops for many, many years. I've been physically on the trucks, driving to truck stops. And I always find it fascinating when we talk about that topic matter. But again, it brings it back to, what are we as business and as individuals sitting here in leadership positions? What are we prepared to do? Now, we did a while back, we used to have our head office there at Lanseria International Airport, and we still got premises there. But there's a number of squatter camps around us. And what we did is we put our branding outside, and we had 1 or 2 or 3 people that cleaned up the area. And we carried the cost for cleaning up that area. Now, that might sound insignificant, but imagine you and your business just in your immediate surroundings. I mean, that's the cheapest form of marketing that you can get. Put your branding up, get a couple of people, pay them a nice wage for the day, and let them clean up. Everybody's going to see it. And the moment we do that, guess what's going to happen? I did it with my children. We took a bakkie and we took some black bags, and we just parked in the street and we cleaned up our street. And we had guys stopping and asking, what are you doing? And I said, well, we just want to keep our neighborhood clean. And they stopped and started helping. You know, so that whole principle is very, very simple. And it does take a little bit of effort, just getting yourself a bit out there. And perhaps that is how we start getting that change that we're also desperately looking for in our neighborhoods. Just a suggestion. All right, let's get on to my presentation. Smart parking solutions. Guys, we are in an era of AI and AR and virtual reality and all these wonderful things. And the last couple of years has been an absolute boom on this front. I mean, you can do your whole presentation now basically using a chatbot app. I'm petrified to think what our children is going to do when they grown up one day. They're not going to be able to memorize anything because they can just look it up either on Google. So obviously parking is one of the big challenges that we face with the space constraints that we have in terms of our city infrastructures. And a lot of the infrastructures were built at a time when we not necessarily anticipated the number of vehicles. I heard somebody that was mentioned they were in Nairobi a couple of weeks ago. I think it was you. If you go and look at Nairobi when it was designed, they anticipated about 60,000 cars by, I think, the year 2000. It is far more than that. And you look at how thin those streets are, and there's no ways for the buildings to go. And now you need to get some parking spaces for those vehicles. Now, in countries that are congested and the likes of Japan and those countries where space is a premium, Singapore, et cetera, they've started building infrastructure underground. And you've watched the movies Mission Impossible, and you've watched some of the children movies for those that's got children, Cars, where you've got these revolving car ports and car parks that you park your car and it goes and up in a revolving kind of rotisserie, and it gets parked and you come back and you pay and the vehicle comes down. Now, all those things are already happening. So none of it is new. We might not have it in South Africa because for a variety of reasons, obviously infrastructural cost. But most of those solutions, all a capital investment from the beginning. So you will have to build the building and the infrastructure according to having the ability to park the vehicles in that particular fashion. So that is the one part of the scale where you can design from the start that very fancy parking solutions. And we see it nowadays in some of the congested urban areas where apartments parking is underground, literally in front of your apartment. You park your car and it will go down and the slab will close. Now, it sounds very futuristic, but that is exactly what's happening at the moment. Now, we partnered about 3 years ago with a listed company in the US by the name of OmniQ. They subsequently bought out a number of other companies listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and they operate in 4 pillars. Now, for those that perhaps attended one of the previous Transport Forum sessions, I was talking about warehouse automation. Now, how did I jump from that to there? The 4 pillars that our partnership operates on is the warehouse and logistics space, parking solutions, security, and safe cities. I'm going to quickly just touch on some of the solutions that are currently out there as far as parking solutions are concerned. I'm going to touch a bit on traffic management. I'm going to talk a little bit about how safe cities work and some of the results that we've had in America in places like Miami and some other Fort Lauderdale and some of the few suburbs in Atlanta as well. So yeah, I wish I could make this bigger so I can read it. No, I'm just joking. So currently with the parking solutions that we have, there are 9 registered patents in the US with it, and it's a cloud-based with edge processing. Now, the deployment is typically in your high-density parking areas, like your airports, like your shopping malls, your universities, et cetera, et cetera. And this all is based on, that picture kind of sums it up. You'll get your LMPR, your license plate recognition cameras. It will read the vehicle's number plates. It will read the vehicle's license disc. It will also establish what color the vehicle is, what make the vehicle is. And if you are integrated into your, sorry, I want to go back one. If you are integrated with our NATA system, which we are in some of the states in America, then obviously you will get a lot of information with that license plate recognition. I can tell you if you've got any fines on your driver's license, or that vehicle has been issued with any fines, outstanding warrants of arrest perhaps, whether that vehicle is stolen or not. And that all becomes a very useful tool when it comes to law enforcement. Obviously, you've obviously all seen at the airports, the light system where you can park when it's green and red and what your parking is. That technology has kind of evolved. We kind of preempt that. How many times have you got there and then it shows green and you get there and oops, there's a car parked there and you're kind of annoyed. So what the whole system is moving towards is more of a preemptive situation where you can go on your smartphone, you can go on an app, and when you're driving down, and hoping that you're going to get a parking. You can on your phone see where open parking spaces are available. Because of the camera systems, the integration of the CCTV with your LMPR cameras, that gives you that opportunity to kind of get a global view of where you are, where's open space, and you can then move accordingly. And if other vehicles are there before you, they get the space. And hopefully that takes some of the frustration away. Now, I also need to mention that none of these things that I'm talking about is heavy infrastructural changes. A lot of the stuff is retrofit afterwards. So I can put in a boom system. I can put in these LMPR cameras. They're not that expensive. And you don't need multiples of them. You could have one that probably could cover 2 booms simultaneously, depending on the volume of traffic that moves in and out. And a typical camera cost of that nature with that setup is about $7,000 to $10,000 US. Now that sounds like a lot, but if you look at the benefit that you are getting for your customers and for your clients that perhaps goes in and out of your office park, you're going to have to spend some sort of money in any event. So you might as well just spend it on the latest and greatest as far as that is concerned. When we're looking at HOV and tolls, that's your high occupancy vehicles. This comes more in the traffic management. We've all seen it in the movies as well, where a guy sits in a control room and they change the traffic lights in one direction because there's congestion early morning. In our case, we all watch the traffic light because it's not working because load shedding, but in a perfect world when the traffic lights are working and you sit with certain congestion areas, again, we're using similar cameras. You'll see on that picture to the right, some of those vehicles been highlighted. The number plates has been read from the cameras in the overhead traffic lights. And one can do law enforcement as far as that is concerned. Now, the beauty of this is that with your heavy occupants vehicles that are limited to drive in certain lanes, I know at one stage they tried it on the Ben Schoeman Highway in Pretoria, and guys ended up buying blow-up dolls and put them in their car so they could get in the fast lane. And the traffic cops had a great day pulling over those cars with their blow-up dolls in the passenger seats. Yeah, we are a creative nation, that's for sure. What you then can have is where you've got express lanes specifically for your high occupancy vehicles, like your taxis, like your buses, et cetera, to give them access to move quicker through the traffic. You can monitor it as well from a central control room. And what's quite a lot of fun in this process is where you have got congestion in the morning, where traffic lights are set in a specific sequence to go red, green, or red, orange, green. And there are not traffic in the opposite direction or in the cross section. You can manage this from a control room. In other words, you can direct the flow of traffic without having pointsmen at the intersection because you get a live feed of what's happening with that traffic. And that, I believe, very inexpensive way of sorting out a lot of the frustrations and people unnecessarily breaking the law as far as their traffic is concerned. And then obviously the enforcement on those express lanes makes it a whole lot easier as far as that is concerned. Then if we go to the public safety part, this is specifically around the smart cities. Now, smart city is a terminology, smart city, safe city, that's kind of thrown around a lot. A lot of the estates, and you've got quite a few of them, Mount Edgecombe around the corner, are all working towards this whole smart or safe city approach, where they want to create a kind of microcosmos in there where everything is kind of electronically controlled. Now, a lot of the stuff that we implement within the smart cities are all dependent on connectivity. Now, we know what the challenges are as far as connectivity in South Africa are concerned. I mean, we've all had the frustrations with load shedding as far as signals disappearing. And for those that are fleet owners, you will know the challenges that you have in terms of your tracking of your vehicles. Then you see them, then you don't. And those are unfortunate realities as far as connectivity is concerned. But I do want to point out that where we are integrated and we've got the connectivity in terms of access into estates, into cities, into towns, a lot of management as far as unwanted elements are concerned. Now, we, in our partnership, they did a trial run in a number of suburbs within the US, where it was linked up to their criminal investigation systems and their local police systems. And the most wanted individuals' faces was put into the facial recognition system. And what this ended up doing is, as people access certain areas, the cameras picked them up and compared them from the artificial side against what was on the database. And they basically just alerted the necessary officials and said, you know what, wait for Mr. A around the corner. He's coming around the corner and you can arrest him. And we don't have time, but there's a couple of videos from the law enforcement agencies in America where we can show some of the successes they've had in terms of the application of the smart parking solution, the LMPR cameras with your CCTV cameras, combination of all of that in the way that they applied it within the safe city. Obviously, stolen property is another thing. How many of you have driven into an office park? Sir, can we check your boot? They open your boot, they check in your car, and then you go in and you come out, and then they search you. And you think, but why are they searching me? They didn't search me when I came in. They checked my car, but they never checked me. So if I've got something on me, you know, I could have come in with it. And I often find it so funny when we go into these security checkpoints, how a lot of the guys, I want to use the word carefully, play security rather than actually do security. And we all know that the whole security function is going on an artificial intelligence base in any event. A lot of that can be done by machines and by cameras and infrared cameras and all types of things. And ultimately, I do believe that's where the whole thing is going to go. And again, with the safe cities, that is what you ultimately want. If you're staying in a estate and you're entering that estate, you want to make sure that as much of that is not reliant on human intervention, so that you can really feel safe in the place we are staying. We've had a couple of very successful missing persons that was found, accidentally came across the cameras, and the system then identified them, and they could have been reunited with their loved ones. Maybe they didn't want to, but they were. Stolen vehicles, a big thing, especially if we can have an updated NATA system, and with a police record, centralized police record system, we can make big inroads into the safe cities. Just out of interest sake, this very same system is used in the border crossing between Jordan and Israel. Quite a notorious border crossing for a lot of interesting characters, and very, very successful in terms of identifying criminals and also stolen vehicles. So imagine we've got the toll gates on the N3, and we can just have this system installed on there. How many of the stolen vehicles that moves across on its way to Maputo or to the border crossing just north of Kosi Bay, we can probably intercept in the process, and not determined by human intervention or people that has to look at it. Schools, universities, I want to quickly touch on this. Am I good for time still? Okay, cool. If we look at schools, we all have our precious children that we are very worried about in a country that all of a sudden has been inundated with child kidnappings and obviously human trafficking as well. So if we can have an automated system that only certain vehicles are allowed within a school environment, within a university environment, and we can have a, we refer to it as a SPOC, which is a student parent authorization and protocol, roll call, sorry, where you, from sitting in your home, can make sure that your child's in the right class and in the right place. Now, that might sound a bit, Big Brother is watching you and you know that's what's going on, but unfortunately, that's where we're going. I mean, your phone knows where you're going. How many times have you looked on your phone in the afternoon when you're getting done with your day's work and your phone says it'll take you 20 minutes to get home? How does your phone know that? Because it's been watching you, it's been checking your behavior. The artificial intelligence in the background, without you knowing it, has been reading your profile and seeing what you're doing. So all that we're doing is we're just extending it to our loved ones and making sure that our children are safe. And then from a, from a secure visitors management, again, in your office park, at the school, only certain people get access, so that you do not have unwanted individuals that end up in your school environment, in your university environment, that they are issued with a notification that they can come through. The meeting is confirmed when they arrive. It's basically just a marrying of the two things. Obviously, all of this is compliant in terms of POPI and PAIA, so none of the information is going to be generally available for people to use, like we currently have. I'm sure many of you, like me, get a lot of spam calls. And have you often wondered, where did they get your number from? And I've many times when they phone me, I say to them, where did you get my number from? No, from the database. Okay, but where did you get the database? No, we bought it. Where did you buy it from? And no, I don't know. Now, every time you fill in your details, the next time you're entering Office Park, that's a database that you're creating, because you're putting your name, your number, your company that you're from, most instances, your vehicle registration and make a model in. So now imagine all of that information being available, not protected, and you wonder why they're phoning you. Well, there's your answer. We've got our product called Q Shield, which is specifically aimed at our schools and our universities and places of safety, hospitals, old age homes, etc., etc. Now, I'm just going to briefly run through this. This is the software side that I've just spoke to earlier about, is the joint revenue streams that can be created in this. You've obviously eliminate the need for manual entrances and individuals that has to be at a gate to do this. We had a client that was based in Vereniging. Our control room was sitting in Johannesburg, in Pretoria, sorry. And we controlled all the flow of his trucks in and out of his warehouse with not one single person at the gate. We had our LMPR cameras up. We knew what the vehicle registrations were. We had the facial recognition of the drivers. We had the license discs. And we just had a camera there and everything tied up. We opened the gate remotely from Pretoria into Vereniging, and the truck could go in and the truck could go out. And I must say it was a massive saving for that client instead of having a 7-day operation with security guards, day shift and night shift there. And they had absolutely no issues as far as that is concerned. It was a production facility for animal feed. Oh, okay. So that kind of brings me to the end. I know I've rushed through a whole lot of stuff, but ultimately these solutions are available and readily accessible. I saw a video 2 days ago. I wanted to put it in a slide, but it was a bit difficult to get it from where I got it from in here, is where you now have highly congested parking space or parking environments where you still have to maintain the 2 lanes for bidirectional traffic. In other words, taking cars in, bringing cars out, where you change all of that into one directional lanes, and all you do is leave your car and a little robot comes, it moves underneath the car, splits into, goes underneath the wheels, lift the car up and go and move it around until it can fit it into a parking bay that's open. So those are the kind of areas that we're moving into. And you're basically just going to drop your car, take your keys, lock your car, everything is safe, and they can stack probably about, if I look at a parking environment like King Shaka, well, perhaps King Shaka's multi-level layer, you can probably increase your parking bays there by about 30 to 40%. If you could do away with all the turning areas and all the lanes and change that into parking bays, and all you do is just park your car in a general area, and during the day, the cars will be parked. They can be parked much closer. They can move 90 degrees. They can move sideways. So all of those things are readily available and can be implemented. So if you're a developer and you are considering all these things, you do not necessarily have to go for the Mission Impossible style parking bays that are expensive. There are more cheaper and more suitable alternatives. I know this was completely different to everybody else, but I think that's why Harry keeps on inviting me back, because I always do something different. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Yes, completely different and completely interesting, and lots of value proposition to lots of people, especially city management and so on, of organizations, corporates. Thank you very much for this. That was great. I think they'll have some questions for you just now. Thank you, Gerard. Right, ladies and gents, last but not least, we squeezed Oliver in with a 10-minute slot the other day because it's an important thing he wants to share with us. It's the global standards of mobility. Oliver, you're welcome to share screen and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, Harry, and good afternoon, everybody.
Hi,
If
Oliver.
Gerard had the graveyard shift, I'm not so sure what to call my shift, but hopefully you'll find it meaningful. I'm actually sitting in a parking lot, which I think Gerard might be managing, but nonetheless, we'll chat through it. So what I'd like to introduce or plant a few seeds is around what standards there currently are that not only apply to mobility, but also help us to manage our businesses and in fact promote standards that would enable us as an economy to achieve sustainable supply chains. So we see globally that the adoption of standards has resulted insignificant benefits. And of course, profitability is critical for any business. These standards help us to protect our brands. They ensure that we deliver on our client needs. In addition to that, they also help us to ensure that the people working in our businesses are safe. And of course, the trend now for investors looking at ESG performance of not just the corporates, but I think even the SMEs and even the medium-sized businesses. So the global standards have significant benefits around good governance and sustainability. And if one looks at that slide, it shows the adoption of the world's most recognized standard, which is ISO 9001. And that shows that the developed economies, or some of the world's leading economies, are the biggest adopters of this standard in particular. But the same is true for the other standards that I'll briefly summarize in a short while. You can see in our context, we're lagging quite behind South Africa, but what we are seeing certainly is an increasing trend for standards or certification becoming a prerequisite on some of the bigger contracts and RFQs, which is encouraging because I think, as Gerard mentioned in his example of him cleaning up his streets, once there is a start and once a certain big player begins to make a recommendation, it can often kickstart a chain reaction where others see the benefit and also want to participate. So all of the standards that we are going to look at, all of them have a similar methodology, and that is a very structured approach to doing business with a key focus on the business, understanding what are the customer requirements, but not only that, the standards compel one to look at what are the needs and expectations of other interested and affected parties, and factor that into the various processes within the organization so that the end goal can be to deliver on the client need and at the same time ensure that other stakeholder expectations are adequately compensated for. Now, often there's a misconception that standards are high level and often don't apply to the operations, but we are seeing now that in order for a business to succeed in terms of its mandate and its vision, it's important that the standards at a high level are integrated into the operations. And you can see in that example, and I'm using the freight industry, in that example, all of those little icons are a component of different global standards that a company would need to adopt. And effectively what the standard does, it compels one, for example, to have a defined policy on how will you ensure fuel management happens? How do you ensure that payload management is adequately implemented, etc. So it's really important to understand, colleagues, that global standards must incorporate a very practical dimension to them in order to achieve tangible outcomes. And these are just examples of the typical kinds of structured policies and procedures that one would need to have in place. Just three quick examples, which is common to ISO 9001, common to ISO 14000 for environmental management, common to our local standard called RTMS. And it in this case requires operations to ensure vehicles are serviced exactly as per the OEM intervals, which would minimize breakdowns, optimize utilization, and also prevent potential accidents on the road networks. And we know nowadays it's something which is sadly all too common on our roads. Tire management is another example of a operational requirement to all the major global standards. And here, for example, in that slide, you can see there's a tire survey being recorded. Now, tires, beside being a huge input cost, if they're not managed well, they could result in loss of income. For example, tire pressure. If the tires are underinflated, not only is the vehicle more liable to have a puncture or a blowout, but underinflation also causes the vehicle to use more fuel, which again causes a waste in terms of your costs. So these practical examples from the global standards are intended to ensure that all the nuts and bolts are paid careful attention to so that we operate efficiently and ensure that the cost savings are what they should be. Pre-trip inspection, another goal of protecting the vehicle to again ensure safety and compliance before the vehicle is allowed onto the road. So in summary, quickly, all these standards, ISO 45, 14, etc., they are all essentially risk management standards with a specific end goal. And of course, ESG is all about managing the environment, ensuring that there's good governance, and your social impact is compensated for as well. So these standards, 9,000 is around improving your processes and ensuring customer satisfaction. ISO 14,000 helps to mitigate one's environmental impact, and at the same time is looking at the reduction of waste and efficient use of resources. ISO 45001 is all about protecting the workforce in terms of on-site safety so that a company's most valuable asset, the human asset, is adequately protected and taken care of. And of course, RTMS, which is a local standard that promotes compliance, safety, and efficiency in fleet operations. So in summary, colleagues, these global standards, not just in mobility, but they can be applied to any sector. It actually promotes business sustainability by ensuring that the business impacts are optimized in terms of not causing undue damage to the environment, at the same time ensuring efficiency within the business and delivering on profits in a sustainable manner. So it's been a quick presentation, but I hope it's given you or planted some seed or food for thought on how can you and your organization implement standards for sustainable end results. Thanks very much, Harry.
Thank you indeed, Oliver. Yeah, international standards, so important. We learn a lot about that. And also, I think RTMS is the one that's bringing it all together. I think if not compliant and not making use of RTMS, then you've got serious risk to your organization. Thank you again, Oliver. We're looking forward to engaging with you in the questions and answers just now. So, Kathy, you would like to do a quick roundup and we do a panel discussion after that.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. So I think as the Standards Bank, many of the speakers were at our invitation and our suggestion, and I hope that it's given the value that we think it should and would and can, coulda, woulda, shoulda. So I think the short version is that we're going to go to the panel discussion. But I think for me, what is interesting, if you're looking at today, so today was the first time at an external presentation where Nikki spoke about the safest stops, so which is great, and I'm glad that we enabled it as the Standards Bank. And then, of course, Craig and so it's the first time I've seen the latest updated version of what Isuzu is doing, Isuzu, which is, I think, fantastic because it also filters in terms of what we're trying to do around ESG. And then AK is always amazing. It's always amazing to hear AK speak about some very complex topics, and it makes it so easy and so user-friendly and understandable. Thank you very much. And of course, Gideon from GAB. So next week, anybody who's here from Joburg, I see a few of the people have already left. The Sabot conference is taking place, and GABs will also be speaking around some of the EV strategies out at, and also Auto Mechanic at the same time. So it'll be a good opportunity to also get some more info. So I think the short version is the eThekwini team also did a fantastic presentation. Did I leave anyone else out? And that was great to see. That video was amazing. That looks like a Durban and an eThekwini, which one could ride one's bicycle. I have an e-bicycle, by the way, a Pedigo. So I'd love to drive around. It looks fantastic. So I think that in short means that, and of course, Meneer, that was wonderful, Gerard, around what you presented. And you asked some difficult questions, but necessary questions. And I think for all the speakers that were here today, it was really, really awesome to have you here in the room. And we can go straight to the panel discussion. Harry? Yes, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy. Right, can we please have our panelists who are still available at the front here? What we're going to do is we're going to put a few seats there, so half moon style, and we're going to get the camera focused on them. And then we can ask a few questions and have a discussion. So all the panelists to the front. Thank you. You put his chairs like half moon. So. How many do we have? Right. Be with you in a second. We're just doing a battery change here quickly. Can we ask Gideon and Oliver to kindly switch on your videos and unmute so that we can pick you up in the panel, please? There we go. I think we're making good progress. Ladies and gents, you're welcome to put up your hand. I'll approach you. You can ask a question. Okay, so let's go. I know we've already got 2 questions on Zoom as well. So we'll get to that just now. Kindly identify yourself.
Thanks, Harry. My name is Ted Hughes. I've got a company called Hucor, and I was a professional truck driver for many years. I drove my own trucks along with my drivers, etc. So my drivers actually enjoy having a boss who knows all their problems. And I'll have to put my glasses on, I'm afraid, my age. I've been in this game, well, sorry, it's not a game. I started when I was 21, I'm 76, and I still work full-time in the industry. But regarding the bringing of women into the environment, sorry, absolute no-no. Maybe on a local distribution basis, but us people know how dangerous it is out there. We've bought several new trucks recently, brand new Mercedes truck, 2.5 million rands worth. Had his wing mirror taken off by an overzealous other driver. On his first journey, he's done 30 kilometers. The following day, he's in the Eastern Cape. Sorry, it was going to Joburg, I beg your pardon, Newcastle. And at 8 o'clock at night, some hooligan jumps out of a ditch, throws a rock at it. Luckily, didn't break the windscreen, but smashed the front of the truck on the panel. So it's going to be expensive. Now, with bringing women into the environment, what about the ATDF? Now, we've had these hooligans burning trucks, creating chaos, shooting at drivers, drivers actually being killed because there aren't enough truck driving jobs. Now we bring women into that environment. What sort of violence are they going to face from guys who think they're being denied a job, right? You talk about the truck stops, right? Highway Junction was fantastic. And I said to the owners of Highway Junction, why did you put stainless steel toilets in? Is this for cleanliness? He said, no, let's see the buggers break these. And seriously, we go into facilities where truck drivers, I've been into companies where the truck drivers have their restrooms, etc. No toilet seats. The pans are broken. The management don't break this. The people who use them do. I've never broken a toilet seat or a pan in my life, and I'm a big fella. Anyway, the other thing we come across now, we got these fantastic trucks now that brake when somebody runs in front of them. We had a woman on the N2 who ran in front of one of our trucks. Luckily, modern, it slammed on the brakes without the driver doing it, and she suffered a broken arm where in the old days she would have been run over and flattened. Okay, now nowadays in the Eastern Cape particularly, it's really bandit country down there. The vandals run in front of the truck to stop it, so the truck automatically brakes, and then the driver has to get the truck going. So by that stage, they've jumped on the truck, slit the tarps, etc. Going back to the women, do you know how heavy these tarpaulins are to lift? How high you've got to go up them sometimes, especially when it's windy, raining, etc. And we expect, sorry, I'm an old-fashioned man. I treat my wife like a lady. And, you know, I think it's the way we should treat women. They're not, I know in Africa, the women are expected to do the heavy work. My maid, actually, if I've got to lift anything, she comes and actually wants to lift it for me. Anyway, but the other thing is that we talk about having gyms and all the rest of it. Hang on, the rates are so sensitive. These drivers have got to work maximum hours, and they go into trucking knowing that they've got to work long hours to get the money, and they earn good money with a lot of companies. So thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much. All right, is there any other question in the audience? Okay, right, let's take Abdul's question for Gideon.
Firstly, I've got to say that I've been attending global conferences since about 2015, and the best presentation I've seen yet on electric mobility was that one by Gideon Neethling, and really well done on that, really good quality of information, well presented. I've seen people try to do this, but that was really done exceptionally well, and I appreciate that. It is a problem that many fleets are going to face in making the transition, and he put out the steps quite nicely. But my question to Gideon is, in your trials so far, what have the driver experiences been like, and what have the passenger experiences been like? If you can give us some feedback on that, please.
Thank you again. All right, let's have the panel respond to the comments made there about the ladies. If you've got something to comment about that, and then we get to Gideon's. Thank you, Harold.
I'm glad I'm not going to comment on the lady part. I'll leave that to the lady that the presentation. But as far as the truck stops are concerned, I was actually involved in the development of one truck stop in Ellisras, and we spent a lot of money on really making it a super, super nice truck stop. I'm talking about serving absolutely home-cooked meals, and the ablution blocks were really set up extremely nicely. I mean, something that I would go in any given day of the week. The sad part was we put nice doors on, and we really went out. We got an interior designer to come and do the designs for us. And the sad part was a week later, we had no doors. Now, where they went, I've got absolutely no idea. I didn't take them, but they disappeared. And there was some valuable lessons learned. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I think the initiative is amazing. I think if we make it nice, everybody's going to enjoy it better. But for me, the question is, why is this happening? Why do we have the elements that end up destroying what you're trying to put out there to make it nice? And I think if we're not going to address that in some form, shape, or size, it doesn't matter how much foreign money we bring in. It doesn't matter how much we make the truck stops better and safer and nicer and better food and everything else. I agree we need to do that. But if we're not going to address those fundamental root cause of creating havoc within that space, all we're going to do here is sit in another conference a year from now discussing the failures of the truck stops that has been built. It's amazing. If you go to the US, and I've just recently came back from Alaska, if you go to the US and you look at the truck stop facilities that they have there, phenomenal, far more trucks that moves in and out there. Huge convoys of trucks that moves through those truck stops. We don't have those issues. So what's the fundamental difference? And that's the part I'm struggling to get my head around. Are we that savage in Africa that we want to just destroy everything? Is it a cultural thing? Is it a socioeconomic thing? And I don't have the answer for that. All I'm asking is, why is it so much different? Is it our way of rebelling against a system that we don't believe in? What is the root cause of it? Now, I've got a guess of what I think it is, and I've raised this on the couple of conferences I've done this year, and I think it's an education system. I think it's a fundamentally flawed education system that's putting us in the situations that we are finding ourselves in. And I made a comment at a previous conference. I can just go back to our own operation and I can look at the employment. We employ about 1,000 people nationally. 15 years ago, I was heavily involved in the employment of the physical staff. And when we wanted to employ 10 people, we would typically, and our employment process hasn't changed. You would come in, you would write an aptitude test that consists out of maths and a bit of aptitude, and you have to score a minimum mark on that. And then from there, you will move into a physical interview, after which, if you pass that, you'll go for a fingerprint or AFIS check, and then a pre-employment polygraph. Now, if you pass all of that, you're more than welcome to come and work for us. Now, that process hasn't changed. We changed the aptitude test slightly here and there just because the guys figured out what the answers were. And they kind of shared those answer sheets amongst themselves. So we kind of put some checks and balances in place. They couldn't do that anymore. But here's the fundamental difference. And also the prerequisite for us is you must have a matric certificate. Now we know what happened 15 years ago to now what happened with the pass rate for matric and all of that to get some statistics looking great. But here's the reality. If we want to employ 10 people now, we have to interview over 100 people to get those 10 people. So what has changed in 15 years? Why are we all of a sudden struggling to get people to go through the same recruitment process? And again, I'm just basing this on my own experience. The only thing that I can think of that changed was our education system that has deteriorated. Now, I wonder how much of that's responsible for the challenges that we have, for the fact that we've got phenomenal plans in Durban as far as road systems we only put in multimodal transport, integration of the system, but yet we are faced with simple questions. What are the taxi drivers going to do? What are the people going to do? Why is it that we have got our informal settlements looking the way it does? Why are we sitting with a situation that tarpaulins are slashed and drivers are killed? Those are, and truck stops are demolished. And again, that's just my little take on the challenge, is that I firmly believe we fix the education system, we're going to fix 90% of the challenges that we are facing.
If I could pick up on that, I think Mr. Hughes, right? The concern you raised about the safety of female drivers on the road, I think for me, that needs to be extended to even my male drivers, because I had an instance about a month ago where our driver was proceeding down the N2 towards Spaghetti Junction. So this is like 5 kilometers from our offices, and it's like just outside the heart of Durban. And there was some sort of protest action. They barricaded the freeway. They stopped his truck. He pleaded with them for about 45 minutes, during which time it was about 7 o'clock in the evening. It took the cops about half an hour to get there. But once the cops arrived, they started threatening to burn the truck. And this is a brand new Volvo truck. The truck and trailer combination was just under 5 million rand. There's a brand new cargo of Toyota cars. And you know, that total loss was about, I think altogether came to about 9.5 million rand. And they burned the truck in front of the police. And the driver was traumatized because this was his livelihood, and it was the kind of situation that no one needs to face. It was quite a militant crowd, but these are the kind of things that happen And these are the kind of challenges they face. Now, it's bad enough that our drivers face the prospect of driving 10 to 20,000 kilometers in a month and all of the dangers that come with that. But to have to face people shooting at them, throwing stones at them, and attempting to burn their trucks, I think that's irreconcilable. And for all of us, we sit in the comfort of our home waiting for goods to arrive at the local supermarket. We have no concern or consideration for what these drivers face in actually getting that stuff there. And I think yours is a valid point, but I think it extends beyond just the female drivers. I think there's anarchy on our roads, and something needs to be done to stop that. Yesterday at the presentation, there was talk of a task team around the transport crisis in the country, and there's some serious players on there, including the CEO of Toyota, Andrew Kirby. But I think that there needs to be more of a public awareness around the situation, and it's not just sporadic like the ATDF fighting against foreign drivers. I think it's a much more complex situation than that, but I certainly believe that is probably the biggest crisis facing our industry right now, is the safety and security of the drivers, the cargo, and the assets. But thank you for that contribution. I think that's very important one.
Thank you, AK.
And just to add on that, I mean, if you look at the increase of volumes of trucks because of the other models of transport that is falling apart. So where does all of that stuff go? It goes back on the roads. So, and the implications as far as border crossings are concerned in Botswana into Zimbabwe, we are stuck between a rock and a hard place here. We're going to have more trucks in the next couple of years on the road than we've ever had before. And I think that just makes this whole problem compounded as far as security is concerned.
Very relevant. Thank you very much. Gideon, you perhaps want to respond to AK's question?
Yeah, of course I want to respond. Thank you, AK. The narcissist in me would love these comments, but it's a young team, and we've got some really smart young engineers that's working on this project. So there's a serious level of enthusiasm in the company for what we're busy with here. Your question about the drivers, they absolutely love it, and it's like a little elevation that I'm driving the electric vehicle or the electric bus. And it's, as you mentioned in your presentation, it's hardly any training is required. Your biggest focus is, of course, you pick the good drivers to start. So, but the challenge that's probably going to come is to change your driving style. From some of our drivers are flat out on either one of the pedals. We've got all automated vehicles. So you need to move away from that and drive it and use the regen and all those things. So that's to drive in the green band of the electric vehicle is probably the challenge for the drivers. They absolutely love it. What they tell us about the passengers is that if at the same bus stop, and sometimes due to traffic congestion and all that, two buses, they're busy loading, and then the second bus arrives at the same bus stop with the same destination. Then the people run for the electric bus because it's a novelty to be in an electric bus in Cape Town. So the drivers love it, the passengers, it's really, really positive feedback. The Golden Arrow gets into the news quite regularly, and in the bigger portion of things, it's for really negative things where people burn our buses. That's got nothing to do with us. It's protest action. But we actually get into the news quite regularly now, and it's so positive about the electric vehicles and the support that we are getting. Then the one team that I actually want to touch on, it's not part of your question, is the maintenance team. They absolutely love it because it's something new. These guys have been doing diesel engines for a long time. So it's something new. It is to move them out of their status quo position. So, and again, there's a bit of rivalry to get into that team and to get the knowledge to work with electric vehicles. So this whole thing is really positive. And I just want to reiterate, we are really going to, and I bet on it that we're going to succeed, that we'll be part of the solution of the challenge for electricity and the distribution of electricity in South Africa. That's what our whole aim is. So there's many questions to be answered. But the bottom line summary for us is there's nothing yet that tell us not to go ahead. Our CEO is going to say every day or regularly, there's additional data or information coming through that's supporting what we want to do. We do know that we're going to bump our heads a few times, but it is seriously exciting times. And those three groups are really excited to be part of the team.
Thank you, Gideon. Well said. I think it was one question here. Who was it? Somebody? Yeah. All right. Let me get that microphone. Thank you, Gerard.
Firstly, thanks for all the presenters. I just want to focus on three. One is the truck stop. It's good work. And I believe that this truck stop should be subsidized by government. Because, I mean, you can see our rail is right down, and the only means of us having commodities and the supplies to the people of South Africa is by rail. And I think we all know that by 80% to probably more than maybe probably 85 now, that all goods are moved by road freight. Okay, so well done on the lady that presented. And then other two interests was Gideon, we from the eThekwini, and I'm now moved to the bus and work with my head Taminati, and we want to improve the bus public transport services, and I've done a few workshops with electric buses, and I'm keen to speak to my management to come along and meet your team. I see there's a whole range of development programs, and I'm quite interested to, I mean, us, City of Durban, to come to that level where you are. So if probably we could come down there and allow us to come with our team via our management, giving us that permission, that'd be great. And to Oliver, and passionate about freight, and well done. I see some nice stuff you put today. Well done, and keep it up. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Daniel.
So one of the themes I've heard that's been articulated throughout the day is this fear of skills, and especially in the migration. Now, about 2 years ago, I was approached by Theta to do a PhD in the development of a future skills plan for the transport industry in South Africa. So I kind of went halfway with that and got sidetracked with something else. But the reality is that the skill sets that are required for the electric vehicles are not very far off from current skills that already exist. So there's in many parts of the electrical engineering spectrum, there are areas of expertise that quite easily match the electric vehicle landscape. So in 2018, I actually led a project to build an electric motor in South Africa for a heavy duty vehicle. And that was done at pilot scale to try and get to an understanding of that technology layer. We also built the motor controller in South Africa, and we even have a company in Durban that built a 720-volt battery pack. So, you know, there's a lot of skills that exist there. There's a company that went to prototype stage in Durban on electric refrigeration, and all they ran out of was funding. And it was a fairly small amount of funding they needed to complete the project. And in dollar terms, it's like a joke. But we have a lot of unique skills in South Africa, and certainly within KZN that can mobilize an e-mobility project quite easily within the city. So I think there shouldn't be a fear of the technology. One of the things we need to consider, though, is that in a diesel drivetrain, for example, you could have as many as 2,000 moving parts. In an electric drivetrain that's similar, you will have less than 20 moving parts. So your maintenance requirements dropped by about 50%. So the need to do continuous maintenance is just about falls away.
Let me talk from here then. Thank you this far. We've got two questions here on Zoom. The one was from Sophia Abu, who earlier tried to talk to us. So she says to the Go Durban team, how do you deal with passenger intimidation of minibus taxis or operating competition with the Go Durban service? And how do you address the impact of the subsidy applied only to the bus service and not to the minibus taxi and its impact to the commuter? It's a lot said.
Sorry, Harry, can you just read again a little bit slower?
Okay, let's do it slower. How do you deal with passenger intimidation if minibus taxis are operating in competition with the Go Durban service? And how do you address the impact of the subsidy applied only to the bus service and not to the minibus taxi and its impact to the commuter?
Okay, yeah, so that's a quite a nuanced question.
Just closer to the mic.
Yeah, it's quite a nuanced question, and you know my statement earlier was not as nuanced. So this is obviously somebody that is quite intimate with these things. If I can just give a little bit of context. So the last time that the city had made an attempt to go live with the system was back in 2021, round about this time of day, October. And that's because that's how far advanced negotiations had been. There was confidence all around that there's now agreement, and I'm just saying that to show that it's not. Yes, yeah. So I'm saying that to show that the negotiations were not a total failure, such that there was disagreement about everything. There were a lot of principles within the negotiations that had found agreement, and so when I mentioned earlier, talking about the non-revocation of operating licenses, it must not give an impression that there's zero support from the taxi industry of the new approach. There are many within the industry who would like to see the system go ahead. Some of the disagreements are not the disagreements between us and the industry, are disagreements between some within the industry itself. So various parties not agreeing with one another. And so what we are trying to do with the new approach is that we are saying that for those who are now ready, with those who are already in support of this, let's move along with them. And those who still have issues, maybe observe and see if this is going to be beneficial for us as well, and so that we can now also partake at a later stage. So the idea then to address now the competition the competition part of the question, the idea then is that those that feel that they're ready, that believe that this makes sense to them, will participate together with bus operators as well in the program, and those that do not will also be able to participate. Those that do not participate in the main corridors in the bus system can also participate in feeder contracts. So I mentioned when I was talking earlier, I mentioned that there are main corridors, there are feeder routes as well as complementary routes, and so there's opportunity for the taxi industry to participate also through the feeder networks. So it's not like there's going to be out and out competition.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm just going to look at the last question here and just get it to here. The other questions coming in, we will have to take it offline as we running a little bit out of time here. So from Rian Loacher asking the city, has your new strategy by allowing the minibus taxis to compete been approved by the DOT? Go Durban will have to pitch their fares higher than the taxi industry, and when you cater for a market which is price sensitive, Go Durban will not attract many passengers. Pitching Go Durban's fares lower than the taxi industry, you are putting your assets, buses and stations at risk. How do you actually see it play out in reality? You're not forced to answer. If you want to think about it and answer later on, and we can send the answer to the people by email, that's also fine.
No, let me give an attempt. So once again, so it's not like in the crafting of this new approach, these things have not been thought about. And I said earlier that the city had already on previous occasions attempted to launch the program. So the city does have a fair policy, and in the crafting of that, the fees that already prevail were taken into consideration, and we think that is the prices as previously pegged are on par with what currently prevails, and we do not foresee that sort of a challenge. And with regards to DOT, of course, DOT are a major stakeholder in this entire thing, and so I mean, we recently we've had another meeting with them, so we've been engaging them since we've been crafting the revised approach, and in the last session that we've had with them as recently, I think, as the middle of last week, we made commitments to them that we are going to furnish them in the next few months with in the next few weeks, really, with a revised business and operations plan that is going to address some of the concerns that they have raised, but engagements with them are carrying on, and we trust that we will find one another.
Thank you very much for that. I just want to check, have we still got Oliver online? Oliver, you still there? I think, okay, he's left. Right, so let's close this with, let's close it with some closing comments from our panelists. Maybe we can start you with AK, very short, but closing comments. Thank you.
Just two things quickly. One is that the harsh reality. So I had a lecture from Anthony Prangley. I was actually in one of his courses, and he was instrumental in getting BRT going in Johannesburg. And one of the harsh realities is that people died in that project. So that's a reality. In all of these transformations, there are huge vested interests at stake, and managing those expectations can lead to some extreme outcomes. So that's one. Two, the earlier comment on slitting of tarps and things vanishing from trucks. I've seen in neighboring states like Swaziland, a truck was involved in an accident, and the local residents had taken all of the sugar off the road, piled it in a pile next to the road, swept up the sugar that had spilt, and they waited for the owner of the cargo to ask their permission if they could take just the sugar that had been spilled. So there have been African success stories where there's a relatively good relationship between the cargo owners and the people who come across these accident scenes. We're not seeing that unfolding in South Africa, but there is always hope. So I think I'm an eternal optimist, and that's why I like what I saw presented by the city of Durban. We have the vision of an amazing city, and I think if we all commit to that, and each one of us does our bit in that direction, in our area of expertise and within our locus of control, if we can have a vision for what we want that to be and contribute towards that vision, then I think we're moving forward and we can wake up happier each day.
Thank you. Okay, Gerard.
Yes, I want to reiterate what you've just said as well. As we are sitting here now, there's a conference at Kyalami Racetrack on record with a couple of very influential individuals that are addressing a couple of the major challenges that we have in South Africa. And I tend to agree. I think we must not lose hope. But I do believe if we're going to wait for everybody else to do it, it's not going to happen. So unless we're going to start doing it ourselves and start taking matters into our own hands, and start making the changes in our little community, in our little sphere of influence, in our business influence, I think that is how we're going to change the whole of South Africa. And while we were sitting here just reading on a couple of the comments that's been made, and that's exactly the same message that is going out at the moment with the likes of the CEO of the JSE and a couple of other influential people, is that business is responsible for change in this country, not government. And the sooner we get going, the quicker we're going to start seeing the changes that we want.
Thank you, Gerard. Sinan Kosi.
Thanks. You're saying all the things I wanted to say. No, mine, as a first timer here, really is to appreciate what is going on in this forum. I've enjoyed myself, notwithstanding the difficult questions, and I think that's what this is all about. Let's talk about the difficult things. Let us be transparent, as especially ourselves as a city. We exist because the citizenry of eThekwini exists, and so the citizens should have access to us as officials, and should have access to details and information about what is happening within the city that affects the community, even the difficult discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we've been learning a lot from you. First timer, but well done. Thank you very much. Craig.
At least there's a common denominator coming through the closing here. So we're a signatory to the public-private sector commitment to address issues with government. And I think there's a critical factor here. We can't be admiring the problems. We've got to be starting to do something about the problems. And I think that's exactly what big business is trying to do. And there is movement on that front. I think the need for positive stories, Gideon and Golden Arrow, for the positives, not the burnings. Last week, we need more to showcase more good stories like that. And the more we can showcase, the more it will change people's opinions. A lot of commentary here, a lot of opinions, maybe not as many questions. But I think that's critical. And then the last point, not too many ladies were standing up for the ladies here. In the world of diversity and inclusion, ladies have a big role to play in this industry. They might be different to what we assume they would be or trying to think, but I've got to give Nikki credit. You need people like that to drive the agendas, to get the focus on it so we can do something about it. She's not admiring the problem. She's actually trying to do something about it. So we need to support things like that.
So true. Thank you very much, Craig. Gideon, closing comments.
Yeah, just the final one from us on that, the positive note, if I can tie in there. Everything that we do, we share the data with everybody, and we welcome people to come and visit, because we know that we are a relatively big company, but we're not big enough to do this in South Africa. We need many operators to be keen and positive for the OEMs to actually take South Africa serious, or to go that route. And just on the training side and the skills, we've got a training center, and we do plus minus 17,000 training days, people days per year. So we train between 250 and 300 drivers. Not all of them for us. There's for industry in there as well. So that's and we'll change that training, that it will be training that will include an electric vehicle. We've got 50 of our own apprentices, and then we train apprentices on behalf of DDAT is one example. So it's between 50 and 150 apprentices full-time with us. We will adapt that course, and it'll take too long to wait for the authorities to figure out what to call this, the new apprentice that's required in South Africa. So we must just all go ahead and do it and create, we'll find a better name, but for now, the two-star artisans. So all these things, in general, it's going to be a plus for South Africa and really positive. And yeah, we're excited. We're scared. We're going to bump our heads, as I've said before, but we're really excited about where we aim to go with this project. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you indeed, Gideon. An incredible company you guys are. Thank you for also sharing with us. So let's give our panel a big hand, ladies and gents. Right, so Gideon, thank you. We're going to say goodbye to you online guys now and the rest of the online people. Thank you for joining in. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you guys again soon. Thank you.